dealing with shit here, there, and everywhere, but he likes the opportunity of money that you can see in the region.
Yeah.
And the fact that there seems to be no shortage of jobs.
Yeah, I mean, in this sort of world, it'd be a very boring D&D campaign if you guys couldn't get work.
We're like in the line for the dole.
What about Nettle?
Yeah, pretty similar to what's been said. Kind of indifferent to most of it. It's kind of just like every other place he's been through for the most part. With the kind of nobles being a bit up their ass and think they know best.
Yeah.
Is there more elves in this Ravenbrook?
Well, actually, that's something that I'm literally just about to add to my notes. Is potentially send you guys all like a little info packet, not long, maybe like a paragraph long, like kind of just explaining the political climate in everyone's countries, just so people are a bit more familiar with what they're used to. So, for example, Ray is from the Kingdom of Dietrich, which is more of less of a melting pot country. It seems to be human focused. And even though it does incorporate gnomes, halflings into the kingdom, they're not seen as secondary citizens, but they don't get the same respect as humans, which I guess by definition means they're like secondary citizens, right? But it's not. That's more of something that you would encounter on a, on a status level, because it's almost got that London sort of feel, right? Like no one really cares what like the color of your skin is. It's more to do where you're from, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And it's only really when you start going into the political spectrum of things that really becomes an issue. Very powerful, very wealthy country, probably the foremost technological power of the continent, and a huge naval force due to them having access to the only seafaring boats outside of a very small faction to the north. And then you got, people like Scraffior from Welterglen, which is a bit more of a out-of-the-way kingdom, very quiet in terms of like the ongoings there. Even the nobility, up until the point where you start speaking to maybe even dukes, are quite common. Like you guys spoke to the barons in Welterglen, they were quite, like almost like regular people. They weren't too up their own ass. Tell
the difference from there to here.
Yeah, exactly. When you get to Ravenbrook, it's a bit more traditional in the sense where the nobility here, you made a very compelling argument speaking to some of the nobles, but they just don't like the way that, people are talking to them, if that makes sense. Like, you guys come across very well, but at the same time, when you ask them for stuff, they're like, oh, instantly, they're like, why should I?
Yeah.
Awuvalon, again, it's very much sort of like a peaceful country. There's a little bit of tension between them and the Kingdom of Dietrich, due to the fact that there is a the largest settlement on the small island Awuvalon is based on is a Dietrich port city. And the rest of the countries the rest of the settlements are down to the south and more like town level sort of in size. But yeah, anyway, I think I've went on enough. I'll get an information packet to you, all of you, just with a little bit more information on where you're from and potential, like the relations between certain races in that kingdom, how people are treated, and their view of other countries. To answer your question, Ray, I wouldn't say there's more elves in Ravenbrook, but we're getting now towards, well, there is, but it's like marginally so it's not like you're going to see a whole lot more, but you guys are now entering more of countries that neighbor elven majority countries, so that is going to come up more.
Slightly related question here.
Yeah.
When I was reading about elves in terms of like where you're picking your race, it mentioned somewhere called like the Forgotten Realms. Is that something in your world, like I guess like an area where the elves come from that no one really knows where it is, deep in some forest?
It's funny you say that, Zach, because it's not. And this is something that you've added in your backstory, and I don't really think you've understood the implications of what you've wrote.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking here, because it's kind of slightly related to me, but then I was like, don't really know what it is. It just sounded cool.
I will say, like, Send me a message after today's session. I'll kind of explain it to you.
Okay.
But I will just say this for now. So that's sort of the implication that you've put there without kind of realizing it. Cool. Anyway,
Yeah. Alright.
let's I think begin today's session. Who last did the recap? It was Holly, wasn't it? And then
Holly.
before that was you, Jordan. Ash, you haven't. Well, you can't do it. That's actually.
I haven't done it in a while, so I don't mind.
Let's go for it, Ray.
So let me just get up the map here, just so I know what I'm talking about. So we were just after getting into Timberstrom after a long journey.
Yeah.
The lads were rushed through after fighting some orcs. They felt like they were being tailed. So we all came in exhausted. So we spent a couple of days there just kind of in a nice kind of expensive room, just guarding it as well because we're trying to move the princess from Sandy Port up until Ravenscar.
Yeah.
So we're just minding her room, making sure she was safe. And as we're getting out of the town, our horses were robbed, along with a lot of other things were disappearing throughout the last week or so from the village and the surrounding area. And Nettles found out tracks went to the well, so to get back our stuff, we went down to the well to see if we can get our stuff back and see what's stealing it. Where we got first, Nettles got swiped up by a massive spider, which we had to kill.
Yeah.
And then from there, we said we heard something talking. We thought it was going to be in, like I say, a large boss room. So Uncle's had the bright idea of splitting the party. 'Cause it's always good to split the party. You should always split the party all the time. So then him and Wolfsbane went from the south, and then Nettles and Scruff went from the north. And about 40 cold balls later, we kept killing our way through, and we did a good job. Like, we kept things quiet.
You met up in the middle there as well, which I thought was quite good.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. We it just took time because as we did raise an alarm, and just more and more were coming, so we kind of needed all of us together. And then once we headed into what we thought, Squeak. I almost forgot about Squeak.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So a Squeak called Coldbird surrendered to us, and he said he'll show us, as long as we don't kill him, he'll show us where his master is. So he took us to a room with a well and loads of green algae growing out from it, and he asked us to toss him money. Nettles threw in a platinum piece, and he got a magic dagger. And then we threw in a few more platinums, but didn't receive anything else. And then we moved up to the dragon. And Nettles was going sneaking in just to see what was in the room. And when he saw the dragon, he was going to try and sneak back out so we could, just leave. But the dragon called us in to speak. And he was pretty cool. He's pretty nice. He said sorry for taking our, that the Coldbirds took our horses. And he gave us, let us pick up any item we want. And he told us to call back the day after, actually, for a chat. But he didn't know that we were after killing, I don't know, as I said, 30 or 40 of his friends. So what we did was we just left from there then. And we went and told the Baron, and the Baron was a bit of a dickhead. We told him it was 10k to kill a dragon. We offered to do it for 5. He only wanted us to do it. He'd only give us 2.5. And we kind of said it just wasn't enough to risk our lives to fight this dragon. So that's where we left it off. And the plan is, original plan was just to head out of town. Or just maybe do another sleep.
Absolutely. And just to give you guys a little bit more detail on the the items that you did pick up, I think the most notable being the rod that Wolfsbane that Wolfsbane found in the Horde. It is a large steel rod on each end. It does have a horse, or seemingly a horse, on each end, sort of rearing. This would be, I'll link it into the chat actually, because I do have an image of it that I need to add.
I was just trying to think of all the stuff we could do with it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. The thing that you need to note though is that it doesn't kind of like if you used to activate that on a moving cart, it's not going to like stay in place in the moving cart. It's going to like smash through the black.
True.
Yeah. I read a post once of where someone tried to, kind of make sure the bad guy wasn't going anywhere, stuck it to him on the bottom of a boat so he couldn't move anywhere. And then they tried to move the boat back to the kingdom, and it just like crushed
Ripped a hole
in the guy they were trying to take back to the kingdom. And
Could
then
you use it as a parachute?
yeah, you absolutely could. Like
Tie
literally,
yourself
like
to it all down,
keep
yeah.
clicking it as you go
As
slowly
you
down.
go. Yeah, so
Um,
cool. I love that. It's just
Yeah, huge utility item that. And the
Wait.
other one,
What does it do then? It just like is anti-gravity, or it's like
yeah. So when you press the button, it stays in place, and very very little things will actually move it. So you could like say if you
Okay.
had two, you could use it like put one up, lock it in place, move the next one up, lock it in place and stuff.
Yes.
Like there's loads of things you could do with it, but
yeah, what's that thing that people do where it's like they kind of give them a bar, and then there's like that, almost like that apparatus in front of them, and they kind of like hook it above to like climb up.
Yeah.
You can do that
I've seen
just
that.
in the air, like as you just
yeah.
jump.
Oh, you
up.
could actually.
Yeah.
Oh, no, no,
But yeah, you press effectively. It's got a button on it, and when you press it, it will stay exactly where it is, like in the world. The only thing that can move it is something that rolls a 30 on a strength check, and even then they can only move it like a few foot. And just for reference, if you roll a 30, you're looking at performing something that's considered impossible. So it's that level
Yeah.
of stuff. It can hold up to 8,000 pounds of weight. So yeah, huge item that. And the other one was
Okay.
a nice curved dagger with sort of a snake hide hilt, enamored with these golden carvings of snakes running along the top of the blade. The two heads of snakes kind of like grasping a green gem that seems to almost leak, if for lack of a better term, down like a divot in the blade, filling it with poison. You would assume this is what was poisoning the water source down here. Again, here's another image of that, and this is the dagger that Nettle picked up from one of those wells.
Yeah, it looks cool.
But yeah. So yeah, as you guys said, you find yourselves outside of the Baron, or the town hall, I guess, in the middle of Timberstrom. You can see that, as you look around, the day very much is still early, even though you guys did quite a lot. You guys went down like first thing, I think, so it's probably about 9 a.m. right now. The smell of the wood is still high in the air. You can kind of get this like moist wood sort of smell coming in now as it does begin to slightly patter with rain. You can hear people starting to wake up and go around their morning routines in the rest of the Catbridge district. Very much feeling almost a somber feeling in the general atmosphere as people are going around the day, looking outside, seeing it's raining and being like, oh, this is the beginning to my day.
Nice. So Nettles, what do you think we should do? Should we just? The Baron wasn't, very friendly with us. So maybe we should probably move pretty quickly.
Take the horses and go before. We don't know much about dragons, so we don't know if he's going to be quite angry.
We'll have a talk with the king. Maybe we can curry his favor if seeing as we're delivering Annette. So maybe a short rest at the hotel and just we'll head off. Get some breakfast needed. What do you think, Scruff?
Yeah, 100%.
A short rest, Scruff. Emphasis on short. So we head from the Baron's Hall back to the inn where we've been staying in, the Broken Branch.
Yeah, absolutely. And you find, outside, the lads from the day before sort of already getting your cart ready. They're, hoisting the steeds onto the carriage, ready for your departure or imminent departure.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so and do I see the innkeeper there?
Oh, you guys actually haven't met the innkeeper. You've kind of been, dealing with the concierge, who is like
concierge. Okay,
yeah,
that's what I meant. Yeah,
who's kind of like there to the beck and call of the VIP guests that they have within the Broken Branch. And yeah, very much he is making sure very carefully that these horses are attached correctly. Given the circumstances of you checking out and then realizing your horses are gone, he's very much having a very micromanaging sort of overview of all the events that are pertaining to you particularly.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. If I see him, I'll just tell him that we'll be heading off within an hour. I don't say anything about what we've done, and I just said that you shouldn't see anything being robbed for a while. Maybe if he does ask.
And he says, "Of course. Thank you for staying at the Broken Branch."
No, thank you.
At this
Been
point,
quite
you
pleasant.
yeah. At this point, you can kind of see Horns making her way outside of the inn.
Hey, Horns. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Whoa, what are you doing here?
Must have been Needle Rush last time I saw you.
Yeah, funny meeting
Oh no, the
you.
boat. No, the boat. Yeah, no, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, man. I just got distracted.
Nice.
I don't know.
Saw some nice leaves and trees and had a bit of a wander. It's all good. We're heading up to Raven. I can never remember names. Ravenscar. So yeah, we've got attacked on the road a couple times here, so we're glad to have you.
Is Ray disconnected?
Who says I'm staying? Just kidding.
That's true.
I need a bit of work.
Yeah.
I've kind of blown through all my cash.
Yeah, I'm just imagining
On
sort
port,
of,
probably.
yeah, I'm imagining Horns leaving the inn. She's wearing like a sombrero. She's wearing a sort of
cup somehow.
yeah, like
All the port, yeah, hanging out of me.
her glasses are like askew. Yeah, very much
Um,
night after a big night out. But this is 3 weeks later from when you last saw her.
Yeah. So I just say, come with us. We're just heading up back to her room before we for a short rest before we head out.
All right. Good to see you, Uncle.
Good to see you two, Horns, too.
What's Scruff and Nettle doing in this time? They're just like following along.
Have they disconnected?
No,
I
that's-
disconnected a minute ago while you were talking, so I'm just following along because I don't actually know what happened.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same. Just making my way up back to the room, getting ready for the short rest.
I liked how I asked you both what you're doing. You both kind of went. Okay, yeah. If everyone would like to, take a short rest, increase your hit die by an increment of 1, and then we'll pick up directly after the short rest. If just for your sake, Ash, you can see that they've been staying in like almost the penthouse suite of this sort of very upper echelon inn. Yeah. It's pretty much the entire top floor has been decked out for their every need and whim. It was a relatively cheap stay, and then they hit the mini bar, and it became exponentially more expensive. Luckily, I think they managed to recoup a little bit of that with a 3-night stay and all inclusive when they realised their horses had been stolen by the kobolds in town. Just for Ash's sort of context, does someone want to fill Ash in on the event since they last spoke? Well, since Ash was last at a session, just so she's kind of caught up to where you guys are and what your objectives are.
I missed one of those, but maybe Zach might be best.
So last time we saw you was just before we arrived, or I guess you disappeared when we arrived to Sandy Port, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, Sandy Port. So not long after arriving there, we kind of quickly sold off the goods we'd stolen from the warehouse, from the smugglers, and then we looked for like more official legal work. So we went and spoke to the Baron, and he wanted his daughter to be. Oh, no, that's a lie. He wanted us to take on some orcs at the Grey Peaks, which is a little bit to the north of Sandy Port. So we went out looking for the orcs, found them, and then what we thought was just going to be a few orcs, there turned out to be an Etin, which Scruff discovered, which is like a giant two-headed,
Dragon.
15 foot tall. Yeah.
That was
So
really that was one of my favorite moments as well, because
we all shit ourselves.
Jordan properly was like, I sneak in, I use my spell to make it in complete darkness, I sneak up to the commander's tent, and then he looked inside and there was a guy roughly about 10 times his size who literally, I think, hit him and he went down.
Yeah.
Definitely an oh fuck moment. Weren't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it was.
Shit.
There's been a lot of oh fucks moment recently. Maybe we should prepare more than just rocking in like fully confident we know exactly what's coming, because we make the same mistake.
Yeah.
So yeah, then we killed most of them, took their heads, decided it was a good idea to parade around Sandyport, hoisting these bloody heads around to show everyone how great we are. And then we went and collected some gold, and then the Baron informed us that he wanted us to escort his daughter to the capital, because she's marrying one of the king's sons.
Yeah, the Crown Prince.
Okay.
The Crown Prince, yeah. So, but he wanted it to be quiet because he has like cracked down pretty hard on crime in Sandyport, so all the smuggling gangs are pissed off. So he's worried there'll be an assassination attempt. So that's why we've been hired and not the official guard of like Ravenscar have been used. He wants it to, her being moved to be quiet. Yeah. So that's pretty much where we are now. We travelled up on the way. We encountered a few more orcs that were out of their camp when we initially raided it.
Yeah.
And then on the way to Timberstrom, it was mostly uneventful, other than a few items going missing from the camp. And we got a bit panicked towards the end of arriving to Timberstrom because we couldn't find any tracks or like any kind of hint of magic or anything. So our stuff was just disappearing with like no trace at all. So we got a bit worried of what might have been chasing us. And we still convinced there's like a possible story that's like mostly just a wives' tale. Yeah, so like kind of like a ghost story everyone tells. We think it might be real, and that might be what the problem is, but we don't know yet.
Little
Sure,
things might
what's
be
the
real. The
ghost
rest of us aren't
story?
really. Sorry.
It's a story of this thing called the Arachnid, which is like a demonic bounty hunter who apparently marks people he wants, or he's been hired to kill, and then once he marks you within a few, he's basically never fails a job. He'll find you and kill you.
Yet.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Cool. And the stuff is being stolen from this hotel room that we're in. This inn.
And then in Timberstrom, we found out, we got there, a little boy told us the well water is undrinkable, like it's all been contaminated by something, and that all of their stuff has been going missing. So it turns out a bunch of kobolds have been stealing from people in the town, and possibly us as well, but we were quite far away from the town when our stuff started going missing, so I'm not 100% sure it's been kobolds that have been stealing from us the whole way through. But we went in and killed them all. And then found out there's a dragon in there, and that's where we all shit ourselves and left.
God.
And
was that the well you got the thing from?
Yeah, that's where we found our magic items. We managed to talk our way out of it.
Okay.
And then I think now the plan is to get out of town fast.
How many more platinums did you guys throw in before you realised it wasn't going to give?
Only 3 or 4, to be fair. Only 3 or 4.
Oh my god.
That's like 40 gold, actually, yeah. Whoops.
But yeah, it's because I think Zach threw one in, and then everyone was like, fuck, we want something cool.
It's because like, Ray threw in like a few silver, and then Squeak was no, put more in. So I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll put a platinum in.
Yeah.
And then I got the cool item.
Yeah.
And then everyone threw one in, trying to get the same thing. But yeah, no. To answer your question, it wasn't the hotel room things were going missing in Ash. It was their weapons from their camps as they were travelling over to Timberstrom.
Okay. And when's the last time something's gone missing? Is it still an issue for us?
Not while we've been inside Timberstrom. We haven't had any... Oh, but that's a lie. Our horses went missing, so that was pretty significant. But that was the kobolds.
And a lot of the times, though, when we were outside of Timberstrom, there was no tracks at all, was there? But
no.
When we've been
I feel
in
like kobolds aren't
people
that...
have said that there have been tracks and things like
that.
Yeah,
we found kobold tracks to get us down to it, so we're not sure. Okay. It might have been kobolds, but especially because it was like the first night after leaving Sandyport, the first time stuff went missing. Oh, and the traps got set up on the carriage.
Hmm.
So I'm sure there'll be more funky stuff on the way up to Ravenscar.
Yeah.
Cool. So as you guys are sort of getting ready now, ready to depart Timberstrom, you can kind of see Annette, who is the Baron's daughter, there escorting. She's once more dressed up in the leathers that were provided by Wolfsbane, and Wolfsbane will once more take up her position as the hidden, I guess the escortee.
Guardian.
Yeah. With the very well braided hair and wearing Annette's cloak. So are we ready to leave?
Yes, well, good. We'll make tracks to Ravenscar immediately.
Captain, do you want me to cast invisibility on her again? Keep it
I
low
think-
profile.
Yeah, just to be sure. Yeah, just get into the cart. She hasn't been seen yet, so
Cool.
keep that up.
Yeah, so as you guys are making your way through the Broken Branch, once more you find yourself exiting the common room, and as from the other side of the common room, you can see the concierge kind of giving you a hefty nod as he finally lifts this weight off his shoulders as you guys are leaving. He doesn't have to worry about being super involved in the process anymore. And
Yeah.
he's like, "We look forward to your next day."
Hopefully it's soon, very soon.
He smiles weakly.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to double check, 'cause I forgot to do this earlier. Short rest, your hit points and spell slots aren't restored, are they?
So it depends on your class. For most people, it's not. I think that's more of a wizard thing. Your hit points, you roll hit die to get your hit points back. So roll as many of those as you want within how many you have, and then
Just roll 2.
and sorry, I said you guys get your increment your hit die by 1, but that's on a long rest. So if you've done that, take it down because that was a mistake on my behalf.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry about that. I was updating our notes when we did that.
So good.
What before we leave town? Annette's little secret stash where she keeps a crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put 15 arrows in there in case my arrows get stolen again.
Very good.
If that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, no.
And just before we leave the main square, I'm going to go and take back my rope from the well.
Nice, good idea.
Good smart. Good smart.
Good smart, thanks.
Good smart.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Good smart.
Zach's role-playing Squeak.
Yeah. And is Squeak with us actually?
Yes, he is. He's being very quiet and kind of staying very close to Nettle, looking around wildly, to the extent that
the outside.
yeah, the concierge you can notice when you guys were heading in, like very much gave a very long-lasting look at the kobold as you led him up to the private suite.
Don't just stare at my niece.
Yeah, but whilst in the room, there are provided cloaks for guests of his sort of stature, and he's seen it very well to uncover himself, his long red snout sort of sticking out the end of his long hood.
Nice. So yeah, I think we're all sorted. I think we're just heading to the carriage and quickly moving along.
Lovely, and that you do. Who is where in the cart?
Uncle's back on the reins. Happy out.
Thank God.
Cool. So Uncle's on the reins. Everyone else is sort of traveling by the side, or
Yeah, I'm by the side. Or actually, I'll be by the back. I'll follow along from behind.
yeah, there's enough room for 2 people to be up front. There is actually seats on the back of this cart that are kind of like up, looking over the top of it. If people would like to sit there. Obviously, if you're walking by the side, you are going to move significantly slower because this one's kind of built for a little bit of a quicker transportation.
So you all want to try and squeeze on if we can, then.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah, squeeze on them.
So how many seats are there on this whole thing?
There is
2 on the front, 2 on the back.
Outside, there's 4. Inside, you could probably fit 6.
So because we've got Wolfsbane and Annette are inside.
Yeah.
Who's in the front? Uncle and Scruff.
Yeah, well, it's up to you. Uncle Scruff, maybe, and then you and Horns on the back.
Yeah.
What about Bertram and Squeak?
They can go inside, or they can, hang somewhere.
What?
Bertram, I don't think has really been, considered in the cat process so
No.
far. But that's on
I
you.
thought he smokes on the front, don't he?
Does he?
Yeah, well,
But-
he can go anywhere there's room. He can sit on the roof if he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, like, he can go in the car. Like, you guys have, made a point of, protecting Annette by having people in the actual carriage with her. She's
Yes,
she's
Bertram and Squeak.
yeah, our top soldiers. But yeah, so as you guys are like starting to leave now out of the North Road, going up towards the or the North Road, the West Road, heading now towards more Ravenscar territory, you would know it's roughly about 4 days travel, Uncle, from here to there. Is there anything anyone's going to be doing whilst on this travel in terms of like reading or scouting or that sort of thing?
Just, talking to everyone, and keeping a bit of paying a bit of attention to our surroundings to try and see.
When he gets
Sketchy.
Uncle gets a chance, he'll go back to his carving. So I just rolled 70 for carving there. So he was working on the board, just outline. So he's going to continue working on that.
Yeah, very much. You're now at the process where I think you got the basic board done last time, and now you're actually getting into the bit more of the intricate fine details. You find yourself chiseling and carving into it with a design of your choosing. What sort of I know the theme has been like one side is going to be the company so far, but what is the board sort of being chiseled to? What sort of
I don't know what patterns. I suppose whatever patterns he would have from home in Dytrek. So I'm not sure what they would look like. Whether
okay.
they're like royal or Celtic or whatever. Some sort of
Yeah, think
international.
it is very much like think German, English, European sort of
Kind of flowery.
yes, like heraldic almost. So you've got like the
Heraldic,
vines with the the flowers. Occasionally you'll have creatures such as like griffins or very European design. I would say the ones
And
you've seen. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for the face he's going to do the brass dragon in one side that he's just seen because he's seen a real dragon. So I think he wants to remember that. So
Yeah, absolutely. This would very much be one side of the board is now got this very nice inlay of almost a heraldic interpretation of what a brass dragon is. And I did mention this last time, but there something that you did notice in terms of Oreganon is that when you hear depictions of dragons in typical literature, they're often depicted with 4 legs, 2 wings, long neck and a snout, which it did have. But with this one, the wings very much were connected to the tip of the tail with this large, like almost triangular wings, which is something that you have not come across before. So, did I put a image in the chat actually?
you did, yeah. I noticed that
Yeah.
now. Actually, yeah, it goes down. Wings go down to the tail. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, which is you've never really seen a dragon really depicted like that. So
Yeah.
Is that specifically of a brass dragon, or is that he's a unique dragon himself in some way?
make a nature check or an arcana, depending on.
I'll do nature. Arcana's not my speciality.
Side combat isn't your. Oh, never mind.
So you would know that sort of body shape is often typical of a metallic dragon. They're one of the core families of dragonkind, the two being chromatic and metallic. And you won't find any chromatic dragon with that sort of feature, but you've heard stories of that being the case with metallics. I don't think it's all of them though. Strangely, I think it is only a few specific ones. I know. Yes, so you would know that in the case of, say, a silver dragon, they very much have the typical dragon body shape, but with gold and brass, they do have this like triangular sort of thread.
Okay. And what else would I know about dragons in terms of like
We take them or not.
in terms of like their like typical alignments? A certain flight's a dragon, more typically evil, and some are neutral, etc. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say like it has been something that you've come across before that chromatics tend to follow like a more chromatics tend to follow a more evil aligned traditional dragon uh, image where they're hoarders of great treasures. All dragons are hoarders of great treasures, but they seem to be a bit more malicious about it. They will come to towns, they will sack them, burn the entire thing to the ground, and take what's little of the valuables whilst eating the people there. And this is often the portrayal of all dragons. Unfortunately, they kind of skew it towards this sort of image or perception that all dragons are bad because of this. Metallics tend to be a little bit more on their pleasant side of things, as you saw like this dragon that you spoke to, even though his presence was sort of fucking over the town a little bit. He was very much conversational. He wasn't keen to go straight into combat with you guys, even though he would probably have been a force of nature, quite literally. And you have heard of other dragon flights as well, but they're, even by real world standards, considered a bit more mythical. And you kind of struggle to...
Which dragon flight? Sorry.
I said others, and you're struggling to kind of bring them to mind, but like for example, they've been a bit more... They're different to metallic and chromatic, and then a bit more, I guess, gem-based.
Okay.
So, what about Scruff? What's Scruff doing in the meantime?
Just playing cards, probably. Yeah. Flicking through his marked cards, so making sure they're all up to scratch for when he tries to cheat someone next.
Yeah, absolutely. What about Horns?
I am trying to craft another sword.
You're gonna what? Sorry.
Craft a sword.
You're gonna need a smithy for that, my friend.
What's a smithy?
It's like a blacksmith, a place that you go to like an anvil or forge, those sort of components to kind of build yourself a sword. Plus, you're gonna need to buy the raw components for that as well.
Okay. What about arrows? Can I make like wooden arrows?
You would need a fletching kit to do something like that. It's like a lot of these things. This is why blacksmiths can charge the prices that they do. Is being a blacksmith in this sort of time period is very much akin to being like upper middle class, because they provide a very essential service that pretty much everyone needs a blacksmith in their society to really progress. And oftentimes you find that the differentiating factor between the wealth of a town and a village will be the inclusion of a blacksmith.
And I guess I'm just reading. Is there any books in the cart?
There are books, but I think they belong to particular people, so it's on them if they're willing to share.
Hey guys, anybody got a book that I could read? My 3 weeks of partying have come to an end, and now I just need to distract myself again so I don't run off.
Sorry, can't help you there. I'm not much of a reader myself.
Yeah, me neither. Sorry.
Yeah, I've not got much myself either.
Alright.
Whistle a tune. Uncle's there whistling along.
Annette or Wolfsbane might have something. Annette's probably got something in the cart if you wanted. You could swing in.
It's alright. I'll talk to them later.
Cool.
Thanks, guys. Instead, I just like spit and then start whistling.
Like on the cart.
Yeah.
Lovely. If I think you said you wanted to like keep an eye out, didn't you, Zach? So if you'd like to make a perception check.
Give me a sec. Find the page.
Yeah, lovely. So you notice that during this day's travel, there's not a lot of ongoing. It has been relatively quiet in this region. Something that you might chalk up to the presence of a dragon. You oftentimes find that like within a certain radius of a dragon's lair, this would go back to your nature check. The surrounding environment tends to change to almost represent the influence of a dragon. I think we've spoken about this before. Like a good example of this would be with black dragons. Wherever they settle, turn into more of a marshland, more of a swamp. And there are, depending on the strength and power of that dragon, various other more arcane factors will be influenced there. And
so there's just not a lot going on.
Yeah, like naturally animals, like with their sort of more primal senses, know that maybe not make living around a dragon's horde, because you're probably going to get caught at some point. They're very perceptive creatures, as you found out last session. It's not a place that you really want to hang out by.
Yeah. Would I know if kobolds always like serve a dragon, or is that how they're made? They're like born of a dragon, serve the
Make an
dragon,
nature
or are
check.
they separate? They're a separate like existence that just in this situation they just happen to serve a dragon. Oh.
Like you very much think to yourself, and as said before, you haven't really come across too many kobolds before. You're aware of their existence, but noticing this, Squeak will sort of pipe up, and he's, as you kind of you start muttering to yourself, I guess, about the existence of kobolds. He is there. Or you don't have to.
Sorry, I thought you was already. I thought you were going to start.
Yeah.
Squeak, do you? How are kobolds bred?
You kind of
like, did you serve Oreganon because it was convenient, or like was it because he created you? If that makes sense.
Oreganon did not create Squeak.
Who did?
Squeak mother create Squeak.
So how did you and your family come to serve Oreganon?
We have served Oreganon for generations. And you quickly are reminded that Squeak is like 6 days old.
6 days old, yeah.
For about months now, so
yeah. So generations to him is probably about like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But you can make or someone else can attempt a roll if they would like. Nature check.
8.
Yep. So you would know a little bit more than Nettles on the regard. You have come across kobolds before. You find you don't really know why, but all you would know is that there is something within a kobold sort of mentality that almost makes it they find themselves compelled to serve large beings such as dragons. It's a weird, almost parasitic relationship. It's kind of like you find those fucking fish that sort of swim by the sides of whales and like sharks and things. Very similar sort of concept. They don't know why they do it. They just find that their lives are a lot better when they have a dragon to serve. And sometimes it's not a case of a dragon will seek out a group of kobolds and be like, you are now my minions. It's very much the opposite. Kobolds will seek out dragons and be like, please let me steal for you. And then it just kind of goes from there. And a dragon typically have quite high opinions of themselves. They just see it as like a natural, the way the world works. They're like, of course they would want to serve me. I'm the fucking greatest. I'm the shit. So, very. That is very common in that regard.
Yeah. Does Squeak, does Oregnon ever leave his lair?
Sometimes.
But he can get out.
Yes. Gets out by Big Lake.
big lake, one we're heading towards. Oh no!
Hearing that, I kind of like slap on the reins a little bit, get the horse moving a bit faster.
Yeah. Cool. And yeah, you guys make the first day's travel with very little in the way of combat. It is very quiet, quite close to town, and there isn't really anything that sort of catches your eye in terms of anything that puts you on edge. You guys have quite a relaxed day traveling outside of Timberstrom, which is good as well, considering how hectic the morning of leaving was. Who is taking watch for tonight, though? As you guys kind of find yourselves, traveling now more into the afternoon, the sun setting below the horizon of the Great Peaks to the east.
Nettles, I'll find a place for us to settle down. Can you manage the guard, please?
Yeah.
I can take a bit of the shift, but
Oh, there's a surprise.
need a lay-in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm volunteering for this one. Yeah, me and Scruff will take the first, and then Uncle and Horns can take the second.
Okay,
Nice
could I
one.
get a perception from the first watch then? Yeah, very perceptive.
Busy playing cards.
Yeah. And perception for the second watch.
This is why I don't do watches.
Oh, come on, the horns.
And you guys aren't even exhausted anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
So yeah, fortunately for you, there isn't a lot of to do in this area. You're still relatively close to Timberstrom. There is nothing in the night that sort of like spooks or makes you sort of cautious, and it's a relatively peaceful day. If everyone would like to take a ration from their inventory as we start heading now, further into the journey. The next couple days again are relatively quiet. The only sort of game that you do find in the region is very small. We're talking like mice level. There's no like deers or anything like that in the region, and again, you might chalk this up to being relatively close to the environment of a dragon. But as you sort of get further away now, more towards closer towards Ravenscar, you do see a bit more larger creatures starting to crop up, such as moles, badgers. Very far in the distance, you feel like you do see a small crop of horses. Herd of horses? Crop of horses? Who says that? And as you're kind of reaching the evening on the second day, you actually do see a small boat kind of traveling in a very similar direction to where you guys are heading. It seems to be heading up the river towards Ravenscar. You can see it very much is in the same design as the boats that you saw the couple days before now, Ray, where it's like almost a barge with these large logs that seem to be traveling that direction.
Yeah.
You see a few of the men sort of like...
I think we just wave on, yeah. We wave back. I give him a sailor salute if I know one. Like.
And as you do, could you please make... Oh, what's your passive perception? Sorry, Nettle, because yours is quite high.
15? 15.
It's 14.
Wow.
Yeah.
You actually notice that as he's like kind of giving you this, this salute, he's kind of reaching around the back of himself. And as he does, he kind of lifts up his cloak a little bit, and you see levers there. A small bit of chainmail underneath, which is very unusual for a sailor such as himself.
The guy on the barge.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice the armor he had underneath his jerkin?
Which he's armored, and like Uncle kind of surprised up at this a bit. And I give another. I just tell people to get off the cart, start walking beside it if you can.
Yes, boss.
And then I have another look myself, see if I can see what they're doing, or have a look around if I see someone coming behind us or to the other side of us.
Well, you guys are kind of traveling now at a solid 30 foot a second at the same time as like they're going in a similar direction. So as you start to slow down, he finally like finishes reaching around himself and brings out a large, heavy crossbow. you see the multitude of sailors on the ship doing the same thing. If everyone would like to roll an initiative for me, as they begin firing off their bolts in your direction. It will not be a surprise round because Nettle managed to catch them trying to sneakily go for their weapons. They rolled terribly. If you guys would like to put yourself on the cart,
that's a big fucking horse compared to the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, horses are large creatures, so they are very. You can't go from just 2 squares. You either have to be 2 or 4.
Yeah.
So, but I think they would be like a lot closer, more towards like that size.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll just say that's both
Actually
horses.
fucking stacked horse.
Yeah. The size of his head is like the size of your torso.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys want to put yourselves like in that square somewhere, as that will be the representative of the cart. As I say, you guys are traveling currently 30 foot a second every turn, so just bear that in mind as you go about your moves.
I don't see my token anywhere.
You have to drag it on that Ash.
From where?
You just drag your character sheet onto the board.
So where it says characters and handouts, you see Cotman Chubb, or sorry, you'll see whatever your character's name, and you just drag it and pull it on.
There we go. Does that work? Yes.
Yeah.
Like your arrow, Jack.
Thank you. I spent hours doing that. Could those who did not add their and did not click on their tokens before rolling their initiative just roll it again and then just change it so it matches up with their first roll?
We slept, didn't we, actually?
Yes, you did. Well, no, sorry. You would be fully rested from the night before the dungeon run, but you only took a short rest. Oh no, you don't. You did sleep. Yeah, you literally just slept last night. I'm talking. I'm full
Is
of
it
shit.
just 1 night sleep we had? Sorry.
Yes.
So I was just doing a recharge because I have to recharge my pauldron at dawn. So I rolled a 3, so that's perfect. It's
Cool.
recharged.
Okay. I will add your initiative to the tracker then, Ash. What was it? A 12? I think it was.
It was, 12.1.
Cool. So we'll start with you then, Mr. Uncle.
I pull out my light crossbow, and which was the first one I saw pull out a weapon.
Be this one here. If you could not tell, that is a boat.
Yeah.
With some logs on it.
I see one of them looks kind of different, so I'm actually going to go for this
well,
right here.
Just to be super, clarification, this log pile goes about 15 foot high, so anything behind these logs would be subject to full cover.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'll just go for the guy at the front, so.
Yep.
Here, so.
That hits, yeah.
7.
So do you want to describe to us what you do when you see this guy kind of reaching behind himself for his own crossbow?
Yeah, so Uncle keeps the crossbow on by his side. He's always wearing his sword and always keeps the crossbow on his side just in case under a blanket. So he goes, ah shit, and he pulls it up and just goes like that,
almost almost like a fucking cowboy. He's just always
yeah, but he's pretty startled. He goes, oh shit.
Yeah. So yeah, this wasn't the most on point shot ever for Uncle, but this was a serious blow onto itself, and it does strike this guy directly, roughly in the middle of his chest area, and he kind of takes a step back, flinching a little bit. This heavy crossbow bolt kind of keeping him upright as he kind of leans on it. It is now you, Nettle. Are you still with us, Zach?
Yeah. I just want to ask.
Yeah.
Can we see the people behind the logs at all? As in, obviously we can't attack them. Do we know they're there?
You would have seen them as you're going past. There would have been that period of time where you kind of have that parallax as you kind of passed each other or kind of got up into line. So you're aware they're there, but you can't see them currently.
And I don't know if it's just the same token. Is that the mage from the warehouse? That blinded sparkles.
It's just the same token. These aren't all the same people.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was if it was the same group.
No, you guys definitely killed him.
I think.
Yeah.
I can remember if he walked out or if we killed him.
He definitely died.
Yeah, he was going to actually teleport out, but then Dylan started walking on walls and casting blood magic, and he didn't stand a chance. So,
Okay, fair enough. I will attack the one at the back.
cool. Roll to hit. Yes, that definitely hits.
Normal little
Wow.
pop.
And Poppy does, as seeing him reach for his crossbow bolt very quickly. Go from a relaxed kind of sitting position to a fully strung bow, arrow in hand, in a matter of like a couple seconds, and just unleash an arrow in his direction, piercing. You can hear an audible pop as it pierces one of his lungs, and it is now the small fellow at the back, and he is going to just walk up these logs very carefully. And as he peeks over the top, you can see him cast this arcane incantation. These small crystals start to appear in the air, and then they turn into small fish, a small ethereal fish that starts to swim around his hand, and he sort of makes a throwing motion, and they dart towards you. You would notice to be the spell Magic Missile Scruff. One is going to go for you, one is going to go for Nettle, and one is going to go for Uncle. And they do. So that's 3 to Scruff, 3 to Nettle, and 5 to Uncle. As
They always hit no matter what.
Yeah, Magic Missile, that's like its thing. It's slow damage, but they always hit. And he kind of sucks through his teeth. You notice that in his attire, it very much is sort of a crimson red. He's got black hair that's kind of pulled back, and he's got these long elven ears that sort of warp around his head, and he's going to crawl back down these logs. It's now the fellas to the side. They're going to start shooting at you with their heavy crossbows. This one's going to go for you, Ash.
Okay.
What's your AC?
AC 19.
19, so that misses. Second one's going to go for you. That misses. This guy's going to walk up here and shoot one at you, Uncle. That misses. This one's going to come up here and shoot at you, Nettle. Fucking hell, that misses. This one's going to climb up the logs as well, and this one's actually going to go for the horse. And I think that actually hits. Let me roll damage.
You're my friends, but not my horse.
Yeah, for real. Yes, that actually does hit. The horse does feel. You do see this large impact of the bolt. That's probably about solid, like 10 inches long, slam into the side, the back rump of the horse. It doesn't seem too affected, and it does carry on with its large, galloping sort of stride at the moment. But this is the sort of thing that very much can be the momentum of adrenaline. And he's going to climb back down, and this one's going to climb up and try the same thing, but with you again, Nettle. And he misses. And that is like the worst round of combat I've ever had. Horns, it's you.
I'm gonna move off to beside the horse, or are we still running?
You are running 30 foot per turn. So, like, if you were to jump off this horse now, it'd almost be like trying to leave a moving car.
Okay. So can I just go there so I've got a clear shot?
Yep, absolutely. You can kind of lean forward.
Uncle's only little.
Yeah. Shoot
Shuffling
off my head
around.
pretty easily, actually, yeah.
So yeah, you guys are roughly, for context, moving at about 21 miles per hour.
Okay. Cool. So I am gonna use my crossbow. I'm gonna aim it for your man here.
My boy. Yep.
My boy. And hit.
Unfortunately, you do manage to, make contact with this crossbow. You do shoot a bolt over at him, but the leather armor in the middle of his jerkin seems to stop the momentum of the force, so he only does take the 1 damage. Sorry, was it this boy here?
Yeah.
Don't know why I referred to him as a boy. Lovely. It is now your turn, Scruff. Sorry, that was the end of your turn, Ash? Just to clarify.
Yeah, I think
cool.
so.
I'll cast Hex on that one.
Okay, if you put that in the chat for us. Says saving throw. He's just hexed. Yeah.
Just Hexed, yeah. And then I can choose a disability on an ability check, so I'll just do, I don't know, perception. And then I'll cast Eldritch Bolt at him as well for my action.
Well, wouldn't choose a skill. You choose then ability, so that'd be like strength, dex, all that stuff.
Oh, I'll choose Dex then.
Makes sense. Yep.
And then yeah, I'll attack. Try and hit him with Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Cool. So it does that damage.
And he
Plus
takes
the
an extra d6. Nice, 12 damage. This guy is looking rough. He is, struggling now to take his breaths. This is the very same guy who you heard his lung pop. And you can kind of see him like leaning heavily on the handrail on the side of the barge.
You stop saying lungs popping. It's just my friend recently had a drain put into her lung, and ever since she just talks about it. I'm just oh
yeah, okay.
It's a very weird thing for that's continuing to crop up in life, Ash. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The lungs popping.
Yeah.
Cool. It is now back to you, Uncle.
Thing is, the horse got a hit, and we got a few hits on ourselves. Can Uncle try to swerve out of reach of them, or even slow down beside some trees, just get some cover, and go on and try and knuckle down?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, but you'd be aware that these guys have a very effective range up until roughly 400 foot.
Yeah.
And it is quite a clear area that they've made their attack. So even though you can veer away from them, they're still going to have a considerable amount of barrages, I'll say. If that's the direction you're going to go.
Yeah. Can I try try to slow down and try to veer just someplace where I see a bit of cover?
Okay. Yep. So you kind of pull on the reins. Jerk to the left a little bit, trying to make the horse kind of slow down, and you do find yourself, moving. Let's say, just a bit this way as they start to pull ahead, and as you do, you can notice the mage that was once on the logs. You can see now on the other side of the barge, just very briefly, raise his hand and kind of make a twisting motion. As he does, you notice the water underneath the barge sort of turn. Almost in a whirlpool fashion, so that the barge now is becoming grounded and tilting towards the embankment itself. But yeah, it's still your turn.
Can I try to sprint over to it now that we're slowed down?
Yep, definitely. It is still
do a dash, so I should have 70, so I should have plenty. But just I might need an athletics roll to just try to hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, I would say
I can run a motor. Actually, I forgot.
Yeah, no, you definitely can. I would say these guys are a little bit ahead of where they currently are, as they're slowly moving this way.
Oh yeah, that's 40 foot.
Yeah, you still got plenty, but yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah. So I'm gonna run up to this guy. And can I use my action still?
I will say so. Yeah, I'll have to clarify that in future events, but for now, let's say yes. Because I'm not sure if it would be a check to stop the horse, but It's I'll check that.
I was just going to try to slash at this guy's legs, but
and you can see the absolute bewilderment on his face as as you start running towards the embankment. You can see them all sort of chuckling to themselves, and then you start running on the water, and it turns into a faster than any hobbit they've ever seen. So if you 10, unfortunately,
10.
There is that banister in the way, and you kind of swing. Do your traditional calf-cutting swing, and it kind of hits one of the wooden poles, stopping your blow from being a very fatal one.
Yeah.
Are you staying there?
Actually, I'm actually going to. I'm going to use my action surge.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to Thunder Wave.
Okay. So what's that? 15, 10 foot?
Yeah, 15 foot cube.
15 foot. So let's see. Nice. So you get 3. I'll make 3 con saves.
Perfect. And I'll just roll.
Play DC 13. We agreed on, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I'll roll 3d8.
So the one behind the wooden logs, makes it. The others don't.
Mm-hmm.
As you hear this lion's roar erupt from the barge. It actually, this guy falls in the water and he just sinks. Like you can, his lung is popped. Sorry, Ash. His other lung is now filled with, very fresh water, and he is not having a great lung day. Lung.
Yeah. So, and is that one still alive as well?
He is, but he is very much being like pushed backwards, and he kind of trips over, the logs in front of him. And he's kind of like leaning to the side now on the, trying to keep himself upright by grabbing onto the handrail to the south.
Yeah. And just to be clear, just the other guy who did the save, does he get no damage or half? He gets half damage.
Yes. So you can't currently see what the fucking effect that you've had.
Yeah.
But something you would see is that like the logs in the center of the barge are now like very much vibrating. The pegs have been loosened a little bit on either side.
When the commander uses the Bulge and Lionheart, everyone gets advantage on their attack, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's everyone. We'll say it's everyone that can hear the roar, which is everyone here, unless you're deaf.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Is that the end of your turn, Ray?
Oh, sorry. If I don't think I can move anymore because I use my action. So
You can move after your action if you have movement left.
I'll just move. Just can I climb up onto the boat? That's all right.
Yes. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Nettle.
Bertram's going to move up to just beside the boat.
Yep.
And then he's not going to do anything. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns.
Ooh. And is that the same? Where are you shooting that? Who are you shooting?
This guy at the back.
Okay, next to me. Within 5 foot. Okay, lovely. Roll tip. Oh no, so it's spell save. Fuck. Wait.
Still need to hit the longbow.
Yeah. Is it a spell
I've
save?
hit.
Or is that just?
They
Okay.
need
Yeah,
to
I
make
see.
a dex
I
save.
see. Yeah. So you do hit. He tries his dex save. I think he actually made it. He did. That's unfortunate.
Still takes half damage.
Mhm. So if you're on a
Did they both make it?
Oh, I only rolled the one. We'll say the guy that the guy you hit doesn't make it. So fucking. So he's very close to dying now as another arrow pierces his his form, and this hail starts to kind of like sprout, almost like shoot off of the arrow. The guy to the side of him is still very much very healthy. He's only been showered with these small little sort of spines that have come off the arrow as it pierced his colleague.
It uses an action to dash, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's my turn then.
Cool. And now again it is the wizard. And he's going to climb up onto these logs. And he's going to kind of like tilt his head and look at you, Ray. And once more you can see these these fish sort of swirl around his hands, and now that you're a bit closer you can actually see they are sturgeons, and he's gonna throw them all at you this time. So that is 11 damage, as once more these ethereal fish sort of swim into you, and you can feel this almost like forceful shockwave, like you've been punched by these ethereal fish. It is now the thug in front of you, Ray's going to walk up to you, and this time he's going to put away his heavy crossbow, and he's going to take it off his hip, this large mace, and he's going to swing at you twice. And your AC is what, sorry?
21.
21. The first one just hits, the second one doesn't. And that is 7 damage that you take from the first hit as he swings at you with the mace.
Grand. And I'm just going to try do a riposte back.
Okay, go for it. That hits. How do you want to do this?
Again, he hits me once. For the other one, I just dodge, and again, just slash up to his throat as I come back up from the dodge.
He's split him in twain. This guy's going to come around the corner again. He's going to put away his crossbow. He's going to come at you with his large mace. He's going to go to hit you twice. He misses both of them. His friend is going to run over onto the small pile of.
Try and repost there.
I think it is a reaction, so you can only do one a turn if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that. Sorry.
But yeah. Oh no, I don't want to move that entire badge. Okay, never mind. There's a small pile of corpses in front of you, Ray, so I'm struggling to see that token, so if I don't take his turn, someone please remind me. He's going to attack you twice. This guy seems, now that there's two of them, like, focusing on you, they seem to be working better with each other. They seem to be, like, very much in line with each other's movements. These guys clearly work together a lot, and they sort of are working in tandem, like, taking you on with maneuvers set in mind to sort of disrupt your work, your defenses. So this guy is actually rolling with advantage. The first one hits, the second one doesn't. And you take another 7 damage. It is bludgeoning, if that matters, as it kind of goes into you. This guy's going to come forward, he's going to retaliate at you, Zach. He's going to fire his crossbow. That misses. And this guy's going to come up as well, stand on top of the logs, and he's going to fire one at you, Horns, because he missed. So I don't know why he did that. It is now your turn, Horns.
I'm gonna run over as far as I can. Can I get like up to about here?
You can move 60 foot if you use your action to move and dash.
But then you won't be able to.
Yeah, be aware that any of the blue tires, the tiles with water, will be half speed because it will be difficult terrain.
Okay, I'll just move 30 foot then.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll move to there, and then I will. Oh shite. And then I'll take out my crossbow, and I'm gonna aim for this guy right here. See that guy? Okay. And I'm gonna use my crossbow and shoot. Up.
That hits. He is very close to death. You can see him wheezing considerably. You hear another pop as his lung just goes.
Okay, there's spleens, there's livers, there's esophagus, there's stomach. Oh my god, so many other things can pop.
Ash doesn't play D&D with us very often, and I'm just like, I don't understand it. And when she's in session, she's like, one thing.
Gosh. Yeah, I'm never bringing Jen to this session.
There's just going to be popping lungs all over the place.
Oh, can I use my action surge?
You can, yeah, and go again.
And I'm gonna go again, and I want to go for this guy now instead because you know the boat fighting. What's his name? So do I need to put that in the chat or anything? So if I do that.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, and then I'm gonna use my hand bow, my crossbow hand again for that
like
guy.
Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, that hits. And yeah, you can see again once more the crossbow bolt hits him in the leg this time. For some reason, his lung pops. Now it is Scruff's turn.
I think I could just make it. It's double if I use my item.
Yeah.
So I'm literally just gonna absolutely fucking charge.
So what does everyone see when that happens? When you start sort of, do this?
As he dashes off, he leaves like this dark smoke behind him. As he just absolutely
Naruto runs over there.
Just absolutely storms it.
Yeah.
And then as he gets there, he's going to cast Hex from the dead target to that one next to me.
Yep.
And then go for an attack with potentially another attack. Because of the weapon. Do I get advantage because Ray is behind him?
Yes, you do. How do you want to do this?
Just literally just clean swipe his head off.
Yeah.
Decapitation.
Really
Can you
fucking-
describe the decapitation, please, Jack?
Yeah. So as
His
you do,
lungs pop.
yeah, as you do, as his head kind of leaves the body, his lungs are coming out of the socket. And is that the end of your turn? Oh well, you still got stuff to do, don't you, John? Right?
No, that's me done.
Okay, cool. It is
For
now.
once, yeah.
Yeah, Uncle.
Uncle's not too sure. I think Uncle is just going to do second wind, so he's just going to try and heal up a bit. He's pretty damaged.
Yeah.
So 1 second there. Sorry. I haven't used this since like the first session.
So you roll a d10 and then +4 because you're level 4.
Yeah.
So 9
4
damage.
is just 9.
9. Yeah.
Perfect. And then with the rest of my action, I'm just gonna call out, push the logs, and I'm gonna try like half-heartedly push the logs because I'm pretty wrecked.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Make a athletics check. So you just manage to you see the post weaken with the thunder wave you sort of erupted from your pauldron, and you saw the post sort of almost cave out a little bit, not really supporting the logs like they were before. That with the added pressure of now 3 people standing on the pile of them, they do give way to your slight nudge.
Whoa. Things like that. Okay.
Let's see how much damage they take. We'll go for. Okay, so you can see the wizard sort of falls backward, taking a significant amount of damage in comparison to his HP. Oh no. And the others also take some damage, some less than others. And this guy takes, and they're all prone now, as all the as they all do fall off. That being said, could you please make a dex saving throw for us, Jordan, as the logs are now coming towards you as well? Yeah, so yeah, you've kind of seen what Uncle's going for, and you managed to jump up high and kind of do like a log running thing that you see people do on the lake, and kind of like run along them just to stay in place. And yeah, you take no damage. Natural, it's you.
Like a Pirate of the Caribbean kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
How does it work attacking throwing people with a ranged weapon? Disadvantage, isn't it?
Throwing people a ranged weapon. Sorry.
Attacking prone people with a ranged weapon.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
Attack the wizard.
Yep.
Do you
What's
still have
that?
advantage from the pauldron, or that's over now? Is it?
No, that was only for that round, so it's been
Alright.
used.
Yep. That hits.
Nice. And I've Hail of Thorns as well. Sorry, I blinked it. I forgot to say it.
Yeah.
But I cast Hail of Thorns.
Mm-hmm.
But they need to make dex saves.
Yeah, all with disadvantage because they are prone.
Amazing.
They all fail it.
Nice.
Okay, so
That's a big chunk of damage.
that guy's dead.
Sweet.
This guy is alive, and this guy is also alive, but he's not very happy with you. As this arrow kind of like swings over, and just before it hits the wizard once more, you do see these like spines come off the arrow, hail down from above. Very much like that fucking I don't know, video game reference here. Wizard is dead. The guys are now going to get to their feet. One of them is going to attack you again, Uncle. Going to attack you twice. I believe you got 21 AC, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one just hits. He hits you for 3 damage, as he is like very... You can see like blood dripping from his ears from being deafened from the lion's roar. He's kind of swinging like very half-heartedly. This guy's going to run up to you, Scruff. He's going to try and swing at you twice. First one hits, second one doesn't. He
I
hits.
cast shield as a reaction to try and
Yeah,
shake it.
yeah, absolutely.
So I'm 21 armor class after that.
Okay, unfortunately, he still does hit you. The second one doesn't hit, and he hit you for 7 damage. This guy's going to run over as well and attempt the same thing. And the second one hits you, the first one doesn't, and you are going to take another 4 damage. and is now back
Use my reaction, sorry, just to attack back at your man who missed.
Yeah, of
Guy who
course.
missed-
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to let you finish, so
Yeah.
I slapped him for 6.
Yep. He is. He's still standing because he was the only one here who didn't take a kind of blow from a large timber log falling on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're all not looking great at this point, and you can kind of see them nervously looking to one another, very much with a look that you would insinuate means maybe we should try and get out of here if we can.
Sorry as well, can I attack one of them that walked towards me because of opportunity?
Yeah, of course.
And both of them walk towards you. I guess you can only do it
I
once.
can only do
Yeah.
it once per thing. Oh.
Nice.
10 out of 10.
You kind of like jab at him.
Too early.
Yeah. But that being said, it is your turn now, Horns.
That being said, okay, can I make my way to the boat?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm on it here, and I use my double-edged sword to slice from the bottom of a person through to their head, or at least I attempt to.
Yeah.
And we'll see what I get.
Unfortunately, that does miss. Yeah.
Okay, so then I want to use my... I've already used my second wind. Oh no, it's not second wind. Fighting Spirit. Your intensity in battle can shield you and help you strike true. As a bonus action on your turn, you can give yourself advantage on all weapon attack rolls.
Okay,
So I'm going to use...
put that in the chat for us, just so I can see it. Okay, I'll say just for the sake of this, that you did this before your other attack, so you actually get the advantage of having the second attack roll here if you'd like to attack again. As you come over like some sort of, Viking berserker. And this one does hit true, definitely, if you'd like to roll damage.
How do I do that?
You just click on longsword, two-handed in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, you just click on the actual word Yeah, there we go. Nice. As you strike through the, the very fragile levers. This guy's not looking great either. Just real quick, actually. Are you level 4, Ash? Ash, remind me. I think we might need to level you up. I'm not 100% sure because it says in your stat block you're level 3, but your HP is 34. So yeah, we'll look at that later.
Okay.
But yeah, so this guy, yeah, not looking great. Is that the end of your turn?
That's it.
Nice. Is now you, Scruff.
Cool. They're both looking pretty damaged next to me, aren't
Yeah,
they?
all of them are looking like they're about to Scarpa.
Sound. The one next to me, I'm going to use Hexblade's Curse as a bonus action.
Yep. Which one? There's one to your north. South and east.
This one here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to attack him. Give me glaive.
Yep, that hits. Yeah, he is like within an inch of death. Oh.
Yeah.
But wait, don't you roll a d6 as well?
I think it's calculated. Oh no, no, but I do get 2 plus 2 because it has a proficiency bonus actually because of my Hexblade's Curse.
I think that is calculated in there for the damage.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, plus 2.
Okay. Does your regular hex? Is your regular hex on him? Am I tripping?
I can't remember if I placed it on him or another one.
Yeah, I should.
Him, actually, 'cause I
I thought you didn't move it after the first guy died, or is that
No,
still
I
the
did
first
move
guy?
it, but I didn't move it off the second
Yeah, sorry,
one.
I should have put a marker on.
Did I kill the second one? I don't remember.
We'll just for now we'll say this guy's dead, and now you can move it again just to solve any issues because he was literally about to die, and I'm pretty sure that you did put the curse on him. Just for continuity's sake, I will put a curse on this guy. So I assume you would move it to him.
I'll have to do it at the start of my next turn because I've already used my bonus action.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it there for the time being to remind myself. Is that the end of your turn?
I will. If I do kill something, I gain HP to your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. So
Hmm.
Sweet.
7.
Nice.
Like that.
Awesome.
You heal for 7 when you kill something.
Yeah, but I only can use it once per long
I was
rest.
going to say, that's insane. If it was every single
Same with
kill.
my second wind, which is like
Yeah,
an action to
killable.
use, whereas you don't have to use an action and you
Yeah.
get it back.
It kind of reminds me of that fucking League character
Yeah.
with lifesteal. I don't know.
Vladimir.
Yes, yeah. I haven't played League in 10 years, so I don't know why I tried to make a reference
Yeah.
based on it.
I'd say, what are we about to
About
reference that? They've
7
they've released something worse since then.
Yeah. Cool. Cotman.
I am going to try and
Ooh.
command them or like talk to them. Just going to say, just shout weapons down, down onto your knees, and I'll let you live.
Make a intimidation check with advantage, as you know they are very close to giving up even before you said that.
20 plus, I don't know. I'll roll an 8 and I just
Yeah.
just be sure.
Yeah, so they're instantly they throw their weapons into the the very quiet lake, a quiet lake that is sort of flowing, and they're like, "Please, we didn't realise you were going to be like
So
this."
tough and cool.
Yeah.
I
Readjust your leather jacket.
yeah. I ask Horns and Scruff just to tie them both up and get them onto shore. We'll be talking to you soon. Before I let you go, I just want to know who set you out in this.
Okay. If you would like to make a sleight of hand check based on intelligence, if you don't have a sleight of hand proficiency, just roll an intelligence check, both Scruff and Horns, as you tie one up each.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a sleight of hand with intelligence. So you would have to.
It would be just.
No one rolled what I asked them there. Just roll an intelligence,
Just intelligence.
and then add your proficiency modifier to it. There we go. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, you very handily done. You've been tying people up your entire life, and you make that. Horns, if you'd like to roll intelligence for us. Nice. You're very happy with the result of your tying up. That being said, you've been on a bender for the last 3 weeks. So as you walk away, you can very much tell that, as you're kind of supervising this uncle, the guy is incredibly loose. She's kind of just wrapped it around him and then like tucked it in.
And I'll give it a go then myself.
Yeah.
That's fine.
This exact situation happened last session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan trying to get us into the well.
Yeah, and this time, you just go over and you kind of take that spool of rope and actually put the, sailor's knot in
These
it.
days, don't know good knots.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're not at sea anymore. We would have sunk.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm just going to try and just quickly just have a look to see if anyone had anything in their pockets or letters, like especially the mage. I want to go over and see does he have anything on him.
Yeah, and as you look over at the mage, you can kind of see this like body, a hand sticking up underneath a pile of logs with an arrow that's been expertly gone through the crack and pierced him. You spend some time just moving the logs off him and go over his body. If you'd like to make a investigation check for me, please. And if someone would like to assist, go for it.
Please
Zach.
help.
I love in that last that encounter, Zach, you moved Bertram all the way up and then just forgot about
I
him.
did that. After my second turn, I was like, oh, I forgot Bertram was there. So I was like, he kind of moved to the shore and just stared menacingly.
He doesn't like water.
Yeah.
He's like, damn, I can't get over there.
Yeah. Is anyone helping? Oh, you guys did. Sorry, I didn't even see your roll.
No, I've just sat back down.
Yeah. Yeah, you were like. You go over the bodies. You don't find too much in terms of like valuables, but you do find a letter on the mage. And as you're reading it, you can see it's made in some sort of cipher. You've come across this a few times in your life, and you would recognize this as some sort of thieves' cant.
Okay. Can I give a go at deciphering it? I don't really know thieves can't, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to make a intelligence check for me, please. Okay. Is anyone helping?
I'm going to shout, what did you find, guys? From the cart. I'm detecting a net.
As we're pulling up the shore. Whoops. As we pull up the shore. You okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, I left my laptop closed.
Yeah, I saw.
Need to log back in.
Very quickly, your screen just went dark.
Yeah. A letter. That was a letter. How's your thieves' cant?
Would I know anything about this being someone who was a smuggler? Would I?
Yeah, you'd be quite familiar with Thieves' Cant as well, but if you don't actually know Thieves' Cant, you obviously don't know it. I think very specifically is a rogue sort of feature to be able to read.
Is
and
it like
write
the
Thieves'
language kind of thing that you get proficiency in?
Exactly, but you can kind of
Right,
like make some inference, and you have made a decent check there, Ray, and you can see you're not entirely sure the entire contents, but you can make out like brief passages every now and again, like spoke to him at docks, heading north. Valuables here.
Yeah, I head over to the our two prisoners and ask them. So just quickly, I'll let you go. Just tell us what you know.
So, what do you want to know?
Why did you attack us? So who sent you, and why specifically did you attack us?
Well, we saw you staying at the. We got a tip off that you were staying at the Broken Branch, and typically the only people who stayed there have a little bit of moolah on them. Apparently, you was asking around the dock area for some sort of way up to the north. People got a good glimpse of the valuables that you had on you. Thought you'd be a good easy mark.
Was it easy?
He looks at the badge that's red with slick with blood, and I was like, "Mm-mm."
Pop lungs.
What do you say?
Who's the mage? I ask him. I say to him, "Who's the mage?" And the mage that was with you.
No, I think who was the mage is the grammatically correct way to say that.
I like crack my knuckles.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, sir. You know what? I didn't really catch his name. We don't really go by, actual names in our organisation. We're both members of the Scarlet Sturgeon. You say that, but literally you don't know anyone's name in the company.
Yeah. He doesn't know that though.
Yeah.
Scarlet Sturgeon. Okay. Can I just see? It seems like is he telling the truth about not knowing who we were, or he wasn't? That it was just from the Broken Branch.
Make an insight check.
10.
So just based off of the conversation you're having, and your intimidation, the way you're coming across, you're confident that he's telling the truth. It's one of those things where you've kind of been had for a very similar reason. Like, you were trying to avoid these guys, but you've kind of been caught out because you were making a little bit too much, bringing a bit too much attention to yourselves on the way to the capital.
Yeah.
And they kind of stumbled upon you. It's not like they were going after a net, if that was what you was sort of insinuating.
And Grant, I just checked their pockets. Just before we go, I just want to make sure you have anything here, and I want you to either just run the other way and make sure we don't see you again.
Right. They look at each other. They're gonna insight check you. Are you telling the truth?
I'm telling the truth, yeah. Go on that, man.
And they kind of look at each other warily. It's like, all right, and they kind of
I put my hand on my crossbow and give him a wink.
I'm telling the truth anyway, so
They both warily look at both Horns and Bertram, who, like, for the entirety of this encounter, has just been standing still as a statue, looking at them with these piercing green eyes, and just like. But they will slowly get up. They don't have anything in their pockets, and start making their way back south towards Timberstrom.
Move fast. That's all I say.
Cool. Is anyone else doing anything in the meantime? Cool.
Check on Annette as well and have a chat before we go. Tell her what happened.
Yeah, and as you do, she's kind of like there. You can see that Wolfsbane is very much got her mace at the ready for anyone who does enter the carriage, but as she sees you, she kind of lowers it. Kind of sensing that any imposing danger is now being sought to. And she's as you sort of speak to Annette, you can see that she's completely fine.
I'm sorry
Can
about that. Sorry, go on. Sorry, Scruff.
No, sorry, you go, mate.
No, I was just going to say, sorry about the disturbance. We'll be back on the road there. It's just a couple of bandits. Don't think they knew who you were. It was just the roads, the way the roads are these days.
She's like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I just close the door and yeah.
Cool. Sorry, was that Scruff?
Scruff, just check on the horse, and then maybe just put his head through the door as well and ask if Wolfsbane can heal it.
Wolfsbane will be like, I'm not exactly sure how to do that. I'll give it my best go.
Can I was gonna say, I can cast
No, she
Your
can.
wounds on
I was just joking because Holly usually sets things on fire instead of healing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Any stinge, is it?
make a animal
right.
make an animal handling check, Scruff or someone, as you kind of calm the horse enough to try and get this bolt out and like perform the healing.
Yeah.
Might be worth
And
someone else to-
I have proficiency in that, so
Sorry, I just.
Oh.
did it.
You shoot the horse once more. Okay, 13. You do manage to calm the horse enough to be able to perform, the very quick cure wounds by Wolfsbane. But it's still a little bit of a time-consuming process. It's like a good 15 minutes to be able to get to the point where they manage to complete the spell. So you do lose a little bit of daylight in that regard. But other than that, the horse is back to full. And once Wolfsbane removes a hand from the area that was afflicted, you can see it's not even scarred over. It's almost like brand new, like it was never hurt.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sweet. How far away were we from Raven?
You're roughly just under halfway there.
So another 2 days, basically.
Mm-hmm.
All right, great, everybody. Maybe a couple of you back on the carriage, and we'll get moving. Nettles and Horns, would you mind staying off the carriage? Maybe just having a look. Both maybe Horns down the river and Nettles towards the land. We'll keep a better eye out until we get back.
Okay, if you guys want to make a perception checks for us. Did that horse just move?
Yeah. No.
Also, Ash, if you want to roll a d10 for your HP, now that because you need to level up as well, because you're still level 3.
Okay.
Sorry, a d10. Just roll a hit die. Well, never mind. I mean, that's perfectly a
That's
good
really
roll.
good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let me just make sure what your modifier is. So yeah, you got 12 extra HP from that. So you're now at 46 HP, which is fucking insane.
That's 10 more than me. Like I'm still at 36.
Yeah.
I've rolled so badly for all them.
Where do I put my HP?
I've just edited it for you. I've put it on your character
Okay.
sheet. Let me just make sure that is correct. You're level 4, so you would have been... Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, no, I think that is right. Cool, okay. What's everyone doing? Are you guys taking short rest now, or are you just getting back on the road moving?
Oh yeah, maybe a short rest actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a short rest as well while they're scouting.
Cool, who's taking watch whilst everyone else is kind of resting down up?
I can take watch. I'm pretty healthy.
Yeah, no
I'd
Wolfsbane
like
to
to-
drag your HP down today, Zach.
Exactly. I had a very comfortable time.
Cool. Sorry, so if you'd like to make a perception check and just read that out to me.
You're not in the room.
I don't like talking to him when he's in the bathroom.
Not 20, Jack. Perfect roll. No,
Yeah.
I hit 9.
Hit a 9. Okay. So, very much again, you are kind of, a little bit aware that there is not a lot of stuff around. Like, these are the first sort of actual semi-intelligent life form that you've seen in, like, the day and a half that you have been traveling. And it seems like for today, that is going to be the only sort of people that you'll come across as nothing interrupts your short rest if everyone would like to expend the hit die they want.
Yeah, sweet. I might just actually run to the bathroom quickly there.
Okay.
What do you mean expend the hit die that you want?
So you see on your character sheet, you've got
Yeah.
your HP.
Yeah.
You see below that you have 4. You would have 4 hit die. It just hasn't been updated in a while. You see it's got it says 4/4 in that little box.
Yeah, it does.
So if you click on that hit dice word,
Yeah.
that means you've expended one of your hit dice. So you take that down to 3. And then in the chat you can see you rolled a 6, so you get to roll add that 6 to your HP, so that would be 28. And then if you want, you can do that again.
Okay.
If you want more HP back. Nice, 13. So this will take you up to 41 HP. But now you've used 2 hit die, and you only get half your hit die back during a rest. So if you was to sleep now, like take a long rest, you'd get those 2 hit
You
dice
only get
back.
one.
But you can only do that during a short rest.
Okay. So I'll leave it like that.
Yeah,
But
makes sense.
for a short rest, you get one of them back.
You don't get any back on a short rest. You can expend them on a short rest, though.
Okay, cool.
Cool. As you guys are like having a short rest, what are you just going to continue on with the travel for the rest of the afternoon, or?
I think it's probably best.
Yeah, and then we just keep moving on. Did we heal the horse? Sorry.
Yes, you did. Well, Wolfsbane did specifically on the behest of Scruff. Okay. And yeah, the afternoon and like the the midday sort of encounter you've had is relatively quiet again. You see a lot more game this time. A few deer frolicking in the fields just to the west of you as you are making your way a bit more towards the northern end of Ravenbrook. Who's on watch tonight? Or who's on what watch, I should say.
Do you same again?
Yeah, same again.
Okay, if I
Yeah.
get first watch.
Nice in this one.
Nice. 1 second as well.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep, that's everyone.
Cool. So, as you guys are sort of waking up and going around your morning routines, something catches your eye, especially you, Nettle. As you go towards your quiver in the morning, you find that all of your arrows are gone. Uncle, you find that your falchion is gone. Horns, your long curved blade, is disappeared. And Scruff, weirdly enough, nothing of yours seems to be stolen.
They know he can summon his glaive again.
Yeah.
They're
Uh,
done with my
Fucking
shit.
It's like Uncle's going mad, just like looking everywhere. He's pretty
yeah, pissed off.
tied to that falchion. Is that everyone?
I'm
It's
going to head
silvered
into
as well,
the
so-
cart and check my second stash of arrows.
And they are gone.
For fuck's sake.
Along with Annette's crossbow and Wolf's holy symbol and mace.
Because that's my holy symbol.
I shout to anyone. Did anyone see anything?
Nope.
Nope. This is happening on the way here, Uncle. When you guys weren't here, all our stuff would go missing. No one would see anything in the night, and then there'd be no evidence of it in the day.
Just we'll check do a sweep, maybe 100 feet around to see if you see anything. See any paths? See anything at all?
Yeah, make an investigation
Yeah.
check.
Do you have a spare weapon, Uncle?
I have
Yourself.
Warhammer. Yeah.
Okay. I'm still stocked up on weapons if you need me to lend you stuff.
Everyone's like, where is my
Everyone's-
stuff?
everyone-
Yeah.
Everyone's sick of this.
So yeah, you look around the camp looking for any sort of signs of life, and you do not see any footsteps, or anything of the like. Again, it seems to be almost like a ghost has passed through the camp.
The arachnid.
This seems.
Let's
so
ask
far.
Squeak.
Yeah,
He pays attention to weird things.
he does. He's probably talking to the rack.
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll what Squeak would have seen.
I fucking hope Squeak knows.
Yeah. Sorry, let me fucking.
Can I? Does the air feel different? Do I sense anything? Does anything feel off?
It definitely does feel off. You can kind of see now why these guys lost their shit on the way to Timberstrom. You feel uneasy, almost like you're being watched.
Yeah. Can I just look out to like any tree line or to like the horizon of anything to see? Do I see anything?
Yeah, go for it. Make a perception check. Squeak unfortunately did not see anything.
15.
I have to go talk to some ravens again.
If is anyone helping you, Uncle?
I'll give him a hand.
Yeah,
I'm
go
good
for
at
it.
looking at things.
We're beside each other saying like, where the fuck is he? We're like,
Yeah.
looking around.
This guy's got like 80 arrows of mine.
Yeah.
I'm fucking fuming.
You guys look over the horizon, see if you can spot anything, that seems to be like paying attention to you. And for the briefest second now, you feel like you do see a very small silhouette of someone on one of the far off hills. But as you kind of like look closer, trying to get like a better look, you kind of rub your eye and look again. That figure seems to have moved.
I thought I saw something on that hill over there.
Uncle goes over to the carriage and pulls out his warhammer. He was keeping
Yeah.
it there. Does a swing.
Yeah.
Like, which hill? How far away was he?
You'd imagine it'd be a good like hour out of your way to go in that direction to reach where you think you saw that figure.
What do you think?
We've also still got Annette to deal with. Maybe we should focus on getting her to the capital, and on the way back, we can hunt down whoever's fucking with us.
I try to cool down a bit. So, yeah, you're probably right, Nicholas. How far are we? We're about another day's away, are we? Another day's ride?
About
Day or two.
Yeah, about a couple of days.
Scruff, you can summon your weapon. Can you detect where it is if it goes missing?
No.
So we could try and bait them into taking that.
Well,
Yeah, maybe we should
done in the past anyway.
get Annette to safety, and then we can spend as long as we need to out in these wilds.
Yeah, you're right. We'll just move quickly.
We've got a few weapons now.
Yeah. And sorry, just for the long rest, do I need to roll another hit dice? For a long rest, you roll one or as many as you want.
So this was for a long rest. You just bring yourself up to full HP, and you add half of your expended hit dice back, as well as replenish any spells.
Minimum of 1 hit die, though, isn't it?
Yeah, minimum of 1. That'd be suck if you're, level 1. You don't get any hit die back ever.
Yeah.
Ash, what was that you put in the chat?
I have no idea.
That's the censored version of what Horn shouted out when she found out her weapon was stolen.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you are approaching the car, Uncle, you can hear a audible crushing sound as you step on something metallic. Could you please make a dex saving throw, please?
9.
Ouch.
Yeah.
You're going to take 19 damage as from below you feel like an impactful explosion just kind of spray outwards. You're getting launched a solid 15 foot through the air.
A lot for a hobbit.
Yep. Actually, how much HP do you have now?
17 now.
Is that so? That was.
Oh, it was half actually. Yes. Yeah.
That was.
19.
Could you please make a con save for us, please? That's one lower than what the thing is. If you have an inspiration, you can. I have said before.
I'll throw an inspiration for Uncle.
Yep.
What do you say to me as I get caught in an explosion?
Hold on to your legs.
Whoo!
Yeah, and hold on to his legs. He does.
He turns into a little cannonball.
Yeah. You just team rockets. You just see him go into the horizon, a small twinkle in the sky, and then never see Uncle again. But yes, you find yourself landing down, and as you turn to move around, you see once more another one of these metallic, small, almost like discs, on the floor next to you.
I shout to everybody, "Don't move! We've been trapped. We've been had."
There's a bunch of these around, is there?
I can see one here. Everyone keep an eye out. They're small little discs. I say not moving yet.
Yeah.
Does anyone know seen things like this before?
No.
I look at the trap. Does look like it's a pressure plate. I stood on the last one, so it must be something you stand on, I assume. So I will.
Should we double check? Should I send Bertram to one?
Yeah, I slowly move away from the one.
And Bertram moves towards it.
Yeah. So is this close to the cart though?
Yes, they were very close to the cart. Like,
So,
I'd say it was just about 10 foot away from the cart.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we need to be careful with the cart. Is the cart fully surrounded? Can we check?
Yeah, make an investigations check and roll moderately well.
Oh no.
Is anyone...
Okay.
Oh wait, no, that was 2 rolls there, wasn't it? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Give me
14.
answer.
You do find about 3 more of these discs. I assume you're not yet touched them. And
No.
you've kind of just left them there and made a count of their locations.
Is there a way of safely moving the car around them, or are they in a position to block?
You can, but that would be, that would include a very good animal handling check. Like, you would have to maneuver the horse very, strictly through that.
Should try and move the traps, or dismantle the triggering mechanism in some way. At least the one in front, so that we can move the horse over that one.
Does anyone know if I have any experience things like that? I haven't seen something like.
No,
this
but
before.
I'm happy to try.
Yeah, I think last time Zach dismantled a trap, it was send Bertram in, activate it, then he would just chop off.
Oh yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you how do you go about dismantling them?
I'm gonna start off by very slowly moving the dirt around the side of it away,
Okay.
that you can see more of the actual device, specifically underneath the pressure plate on top.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if there's any way underneath to maybe just to stop it even being able to be pressed down, fill the gaps around the pressure plate with dirt or something to basically mean that you can't put it down.
Yeah,
And
you
then it
can't
can't be
activate the
activated.
trigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is who's doing this? Who's attempting this?
Me.
Okay.
I guess everyone else has moved away. Bertram
Yeah.
Bertram just sat next to me watching, but
Uncle is pretty
Everyone else is
sore, so
away.
he's going to move a bit away.
Yeah.
Getting
Yep.
on the log. That's close by, maybe.
He brings out his spyglass.
Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like to make a sleight of hand check, please.
oh no.
Yeah.
Why do I never roll well?
And unfortunately, that wasn't enough to disarm the trap. And
Did I set it off?
you were also launched about 15 foot backwards, and you take 15 points of damage. Just so we
When
don't
it-
kill Holly's character, we won't half that today.
Yeah.
Fine.
But you can give someone else the ring if someone else wants it, and the
Initially
rod as well. Sorry, John.
When it went off, does it do did much happen surrounding it, or was it mostly like a? Do you know what I mean? Would it damage things around it, or was it mostly just that?
Make
Like, is that
a either perception check. Yeah, make a perception check. Every
He
time,
wasn't looking when it went
yeah,
off.
every time it, the explosion happens, you just go, and you don't actually see anything that happens.
So what's left? Did we...
Well, I mean, it looks like I've
Yeah,
cleared.
we just
There's just one
Yeah, I
hand
think-
left of metal that's lying on the
Yeah.
floor.
Have I cleared a path at least? Can we move the horse in that direction now? Because they were around the wagon.
Well,
so
it's still there.
Oh, it's not blown up. It's caused an explosion, but the actual device is still there.
Yeah,
How close to the horse is it?
about 10 foot away.
Okay.
Like, you look around as well, just to give a bit more of an insight. It's not like blackened earth and burning grass. It very much just seems like the dust has been chucked up into the air, or the dirt. Sorry.
Like a force kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Can I chuck my holy symbol at it?
Yeah, make a dex roll. Yeah, so you you full on pelt your fucking holy symbol into one of these small discs, and it does hit it, but it doesn't go off.
You could have tried a rock, Scruff, instead of your bully spell.
Well, but then I can summon it back, so I'll summon it
Like-
straight to the hand.
Just based on what, exactly. Like he was thinking there. Just based on what you've seen so far, Scruff, and that experiment you've just made, you would assume it would need either a lot of force or weight to be equivalent to that force of like someone's body weight pressing down on it.
Yeah. Bertram has weight, doesn't he, Nettles?
Guys, how about we set up we set up a system to sling a boulder onto it. So see, there's like giant boulders in the river. If we get like a rope, I've got like a 30-foot rope. All of us drag the boulder over it, but avoid it while the rope is going over it, and then we'll be at least like 40 foot away.
Horns is like
there's 4 chances of us just walking over it.
everyone's like, we should disarm the trap, and Horns has just invented the cannon instead.
Yeah.
Well, if it launches, it might kill one of us.
Yeah, we've also blown it up twice. I feel to see like the benefit of throwing things at it to see if it blows up again.
Oh, sorry, was it the same one that blew up me that we stood on? The one that I stood on, is that still there?
That's the one that Nettle went over to disarm.
Oh, shit.
So we've blown up the same thing twice. Me and Uncle both fucked up. So we kind of. Is it magic? If anyone, can anyone check if it's magic? Anyone?
I give it a look at it. And I go,
Good.
I go like this.
Scruff, you're good at magic. Can you?
I don't have detect magic, but
Yeah, you give it a long thought. If you would like to roll in the counter as well, please, Scruff. I'll allow it once, but just for future reference, like, don't make a roll unless I say a roll, otherwise it's not going to count. But yes, you would assume it's magic. This very much is in line with something of a magical nature. Just based on who you are, Uncle, I would say you wouldn't know the specifics, but you're like wise enough to know this is magic. Like if you can't explain it, you're like magic.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
So is this the work of like? This is a magic spell putting these here, or is this like the work of like an artificer, or do we not be able to identify that?
Make a Arcana check again, Nettle. Yeah, like those sorts of specifics would be very unusual without using some sort of magic yourself to kind of ascertain a little bit more information. But you imagine it be in that realm. Like it's some sort of enchantment or magical item conceived by someone who has the ability to, make an item like you just said.
We seem to be dealing with a magic user, guys.
it's not me, I swear.
Everyone looks at Scruff.
Scruff, you're good with your hands, aren't you? You have fast fingers. Do you want to have a go?
What she said.
Yep.
Do you want to have a go yourself?
Oh yeah, you're the one who's good at sleight of hand. Why did I try fuck with it?
I can give it a go. I mean, shall I try casting a spell on it? Like,
I don't think making it invisible will help, but
you make it invisible. You're like, oh fuck.
we can't
now
see
we
it, now,
can't
so it's
see
not a problem. So it doesn't exist.
And if only Sparkles was here to move Earth.
Yeah.
who the fuck sparkles?
Don't worry.
Don't worry about him.
He's a has-been.
Yeah.
I can give it a go at trying to disarm it, but
Make a sleight of hand check.
can I cast Armor of
Agathis.
Thingy? Yeah, beforehand.
Yeah, so you guys see like these shadows coalesce, Scruff, that seem to like almost swarm over to him from the shade of like near trees or rocks, and he looks. They kind of take a shape of a large protective bomb squad uniform as he moves over towards the enchanted trap. If you'd like to make a sleight of hand then for us, please. Unfortunately, as you go in to do something very similar to Nettle, you once more trigger the trap, and you take 22 HP. Could you please make a con save for me, please?
Oh
Does
no.
it count because a lot of that was my?
Well, you're what you
because I'm on 30 health.
yeah.
It's just above half if it includes temporary hit points. Is that?
Well, you said you were casting Armor of Agathis, but you didn't say a level, so I took that as a 1.
Oh shit.
What?
I know I have to cast it at max level because I'm a warlock.
Right, okay, so what would that be?
So it'd be 10 health.
So that's still half, though, right? Because that's 40 HP and you took 22 damage.
Yeah, shit. So con save, was it?
Yes.
Oh, I hate watching this.
Ooh. Oh, as always, if anyone's got inspiration, you can throw it in there.
Ash, do you have an inspiration from before?
Mhm.
Scruff almost dying. And you're like,
What do you do to inspire Scruff as you see him 15 foot in the air being blasted backwards?
Hold on to your hat.
Hold on to your eyes.
Yeah. Okay, roll a con save and for Scruff. And you very much do hang on to your eyes. You see it like slowly move out the socket, but you push it back in slow motion as you are walking through the as you're moving through the air.
All right, guys, these are pretty serious. We're all almost dying.
Did the trap take any damage when it hit me at melee range?
Wait, sorry. When it what? Sorry.
When it like did its thing and hit me.
Yeah.
Because of my spell, would it have done any damage to it?
Ooh, that's a good question. So
No,
no, it's if a creature hits you with a melee attack, which that's not doing.
Worth a try.
Yeah.
Why don't you try an Eldritch Blast? It's never. Hang on.
Is there any other way to go around all of the mines?
It can steer the horse, but it's risky.
If we separate the horse from the cart, we leave the cart behind. Not like we have much stuff anymore.
The only concern would be a net, I think. Bringing her out in the open.
We've only got a day and a half left to travel. And I'm here now.
Yeah, Horns is here. Got it.
So what's everyone doing?
Staying very still.
I'm just staying very still.
Trying.
Magic usually works.
Do we try and just
Not.
nav-
Sorry, go on. Sorry, Nicholas.
I was just say, is there any choice left to try and just navigate around them? We don't really have any like magical options to help us out here.
We could.
I think we're all a bit out of our depth.
Because mines usually last. Any magic usually only lasts a certain time. It's not infinite.
So we just keep activating it until it's no longer magical.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we just take another long rest?
Yeah,
Wait.
we'll just wait it out.
Sleep it off.
Sleep it off.
What, let them plant more?
Just trying
That's
to.
a bad idea.
We could all take a fatigue point and not sleep and watch
Yeah.
if they come nearby. Maybe if we move around and like set up some torches over the night, so we have like visibility further than we normally would.
And we all stay up and
If
try.
the torches we have, if we light up, let's just set the forest on fire.
Yeah.
That will give us visibility.
I'm trying to think. What else can we do?
We could build a bridge.
There is a boat.
Oh yeah.
nearby.
We're not on this physical map though. Is that right, Jack? We kind of.
That's correct. Yeah, you guys are like a day's travel from there.
Oh,
Yeah.
there is not a boat
Yeah.
nearby.
We should just take.
Obviously, Nettles can cast.
Yeah.
We could build a boat.
We
I trust you now, Scruff. We trust you now, seeing as you almost lost your hands there. So at least we've learned that.
wait. You didn't trust me beforehand.
Just, yeah.
You're
Is
getting
it
a
worth-
wide.
Is it worth trying grappling hook with a bit of rope and trying to move it out of the way of the horse?
Try to hook it and pull it.
Or am I just asking to be beat with a grappling hook?
It's worth trying. You have a bit of rope. Do you want to give it a go?
Yeah. I'll do that then. I am going to cast Armor of Thingy again beforehand.
Yep, absolutely.
Would you like some hand pulling it out with the rope?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I've got a lot of strength.
Okay, if you want to roll another dex as you kind of like start the lasso twirl with the grappling hook and sling it over towards the trap.
Nice.
Yeah, so you definitely have like got now a grappling hook that is like precariously grappled over the edge of it. You find that it's not super heavy, like you can move it a little bit.
So yeah, I'll drag it out the way of the horse
Mm-hmm.
so we can free the cart.
Absolutely. And that you do. You'd feel like you'd need to do this at least on one of the other ones that you found thus far to be able to move the horse through it, but you feel a lot more comfortable that there is a lot more room here.
What does it look like that we pulled it out of the ground a little bit?
Well, you're still kind of at a distance unless you want to like go over. Like it.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so try it again on another one.
Okay.
Free the cart. Is it Dex again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and easily enough, you kind of found your a very niche solution to this issue, Scruff, and you feel very pleased with yourself as once more you remove a trap in this, very, I'd say, uncouth sort of way, lassoing the trap and kind of like yeeting it away from the cart. But yeah, there's a good like 20-foot room now that you feel like you could get the cart through without having too much more issues.
And I'll just walk back victorious and say, no problem, guys.
And as you do, you step on another mine. No, I'm kidding.
Trip.
Cool.
My face lands on it.
Yeah.
That was a tough one. If we feel like everything's safe, we'll just move the cart just a little bit down.
So is everyone moving over to the cart again?
I'm not going to speak for anyone there, but I move slowly over to the cart and the horse, more towards the horse, looking at the mines and making sure I don't see anything weird.
Okay, can I get another perception check from everyone as they move over?
I was just saying for myself, I'm moving over, but
Yeah, for anyone who's moving
Head over
over.
as well.
I'm going to stay out of the way.
good thinking, Jordan.
So yeah,
Are you going to get on the cart and then...
Oh, I was going to just look over to the horse, see how the horse doing, see if I see any other mines, and I was going to move it away.
So yeah, you guys are all like able to move over to the cart quite easily. You guys have moved the most of the mines that you've seen now out of the radius. That being said, on the way back, you do notice that Horns. You notice, Nettle, that Horns was this close from stepping onto another mine. Like she put her foot right next to it and carried on, and it was she hasn't even realised this. It was just Nettles who saw it. It was like, oh god, and quickly avoided that mine as well. So yeah, everyone's on the cart now. I think besides Scruff.
Yeah,
Who's cowering behind a tree.
I'll wait for them to move it to safety before I attempt.
Okay.
Yeah, so then I take the horse's reins and I walk in front of the horse and I just move it out and moving slowly and just looking where we're going.
Make a animal handling check for me, please. Yeah, and once more, like you're quite confident in the amount of room that you've made. The horse is a little bit spooked from all the loud noises, but you managed to move it out the area without the cart being exploded upon, so that's good.
Yeah.
And yeah, Scruff is quite easily able to rejoin the cart at this point.
Nice. Okay, I think we should move very, very quickly to somewhere safer if we can.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we can make it to Ravenscar by the end of the night. But yeah, we'll give it a go. I don't want to be exhausted going into Ravenscar as well.
We'll just take it that I think it's 2 more nights. I think we should just
Well, you
suck it up 1 more night.
As I say, you can continue to make another hour's progress, but you will start having to make con saves, as you will be.
And someone will die.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
So I say,
Although if we're all on the cart, would we have to make con saves?
Yeah, it's after a certain amount of travel. So, like, after 8 hours of travel, everyone starts having to make con saves from there, because you're kind of going beyond like your comfortable range of like whatever it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, we'll just get moving. Everybody, keep your eyes out.
Yep.
Okay, make a perception check for the person who is, sort of keeping an eye out.
I'm not sure if I am. I'm
I am.
living.
Yeah, I'm sat in the back watching.
Very literally, Sparkles is doing the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you start moving forward again, like there's no sort of like anything that's coming to mind that looks dangerous. You guys are moving along nicely now, not really experiencing any sort of dangerous foes or seeing any hooded figures with 8 red eyes underneath the hood. It's a very peaceful rest of the day, and as you travel for the next 8 hours over these like nice rolling hills, it once more begins to rain as you come to a stop, getting ready for the night ahead of you.
I'll have been short rested as well during the journey while they're on lookout.
Okay, if everyone would like to also reduce their rations by another 1.
So I was thinking, maybe we find a clearing, and just kind of dig in for the night. Put down some not traps, just some encampments as well. Just and we'll all keep more of a lookout tonight. We'll take a short rest. Take it in turns to do a short rest each first, and then we'll stay up and see what we can see.
Okay, so just to clarify with what you're insinuating there is no one's going to sleep tonight.
I've changed my mind actually.
So I'm not like getting at anything. I'm just trying to clarify because I know you guys are trying to keep an eye out.
Yeah.
If I short rested during the journey, I can take first watch.
Yeah. Cool. And we'll just dig in. If you can do anything, sweep the ground. It's been muddy at the moment. We'll just maybe try to muddy up all the tracks around so we can see if anything tries to walk in or has tried to disturb around the carriage.
I can set up some rope and some pittons again, just so they ring if anything walks past. But yeah, it didn't work last time, but I can give it a go.
Yeah, and let's see what else I got.
I'm going to.
Where are you going to?
No, I was just thinking.
He really is concussed.
During my short rest on the way here as well, I'm just going to use a hit dice. That's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good roll.
Oh, bad luck.
I'll use another one. Actually, no, I won't. Fine.
So I suppose everyone dig in. Scruff and Nettles, you're gonna take first watch. Me and Horns will take second, and we'll just try to light up some torches if we can, or just create a big fire. Make sure we can see.
Absolutely. If that's the case, does someone want to make a survival check to look for sort of a little bit of dry wood and stuff?
Yeah.
If you want to go as well, Horns.
Yeah.
Lovely. So yeah, you find a little bit of kindling there, enough to get a small fire going, but not a huge one. As I say, it is very wet at the moment, so a lot of the the encampment is sort of, or the lot of kindling you do come across isn't suitable, I should say.
Even Nettles on.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, he does find, like, that's for both of you. Like, you do find some because it was quite a high roll, but not a huge amount to get like a roaring fire going. It's like a small sort of,
Yeah.
very
I'm gonna go round like sort of where Scruff set his stuff up.
Okay.
His like rope, and I've got like torches, so I'm gonna set some of those up as well, so that the area surrounding the camp is pretty well lit.
Makes sense.
So it's not as simple as. So we can see a bit further than the 60 feet you can with dark vision. We can see a good distance in any direction.
Yeah. Okay.
I was second here now. I might have I have an engineer's pack, which should have some torches as well, so I can give in a few. Just to see. You have 10 torches, so maybe if you use 5 of them.
I have 5 torches left, so I've set all of mine up.
And I'll set up another 5 as well.
Okay, so sorry, to clarify again, who is taking the watch?
I think me and Nat was again, weren't it? First watch.
And then me and Uncle after.
Does it still count as a long rest if you're on watch?
No.
I think it doesn't if you don't get 8 hours sleep afterwards, but this is under the assumption that you both, like the first person goes for sleep like for 8 hours and the second person goes and does an 8-hour stint, if that makes sense. So there's a little bit of overlap there.
So it is a long rest.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can each get a thing back.
Is this thing down here of any relevance to us, or is that just something that came with this map? That
What's that, sorry?
I'm
Oh no,
thinking
no, that's not. I don't.
Just came-
I don't even know what that is, for being completely honest.
Yeah, I can't work it out, but I just saw it and I was like, that doesn't look.
That looks
That looks
strange.
out of place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was just trying to find a nice river map.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. If everyone would like to make a perception for the first rest.
I thought you were about to say roll initiative.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no.
With our rolls, maybe.
Yeah. We need to stop playing cards while we're on watch, Jordan.
Any chance
can't
of
help
getting
it.
an advantage because we set up torches?
Yeah. Okay. Everyone gets advantages because you guys have went through a very arduous
So it was
process. Yeah.
Someone's going to walk past this camp and think, what the fuck is wrong with these
Yeah.
people?
The forest is on fire.
That's better.
Oh yeah, I'll roll as well.
You get to. Oh no, you guys did. Yeah, never mind.
Decent rolls.
Yeah.
hit the
and-
face.
yeah.
Not good enough.
And
Like, is it decent enough though?
so yeah, there is no sort of disturbance in the night. However, as you're going around your morning sort of routine, could everyone pick one thing from their inventory, please?
To get rid of.
No. Well, no.
I'm picking a crowbar.
I'm going to put my whip.
Okay.
I'm picking shield.
Okay. All of those things are missing in the morning.
You saw that come in.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm a
what
master deceptor.
Yeah.
Master of deception.
I have a look around the ground, see if I see anything. If I
Wait.
see anything new, I look up. Yeah.
Make a survival or investigation. Obviously, other people can help as well.
Yeah, I'll like check the traps we set up and everything as well. It's
That's
survival.
advantage. So it's just 7 for me.
No sign.
Why even try looking, guys? We've tried this every single time since we left Sandy Port, and there's nothing. Nothing.
I didn't. Sorry, I was looking for traps, so we didn't see any traps.
If you want to look for traps, that would be a investigation.
Sorry, I should make that clear. I don't see any traps anyway. Baby.
Hello.
She's so cute.
Hi, Charlotte.
They said, "Hey, Charlotte." She waved. If you guys can see her. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Investigation. Is anyone helping with that as well? Because survival is more like looking for tracks. Investigation is more
I'll give him a hand.
literally.
Yeah.
You
Go
do
on.
actually. You managed to find a very similar shaped disc from the very first trap that was ever spiked, and it was in the seat of the carriage, just off to one side. And you remember last time this was activated, it kind of sprung forth this razor wire that nearly ripped to shreds whoever activated it. I think it was you, Scruff.
Oh shit. Where's that? compared to like, so say our carriage is in the center. Like where is it?
It's on the carriage in the rider's seat.
Built into the carriage, isn't it?
It's not built into the carriage. It's just been placed on the carriage.
Oh, that's my seat. Fucking asshole.
I'm
I'm gonna.
chucking my holy symbol at it again.
I'll just have a go at dismantling it, but or we can do that.
I'll stand back. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, can I? Well, which one are you? Like, you guys can all see what each other's doing.
We'll let Scruff throw his holy symbol at it.
Okay.
Is it Dex?
Yeah. Yeah, you just kind of yeet your holy symbol off into the distance. You hear Annette scream. Ah!
I'm going to. Can
I don't
I
know.
throw my short sword?
Yeah, sure.
Would that be a dex throw as well?
Yeah, it'll just be a dex. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, so you guys are just chucking, everything that you've got at this point.
This
You
time
can
Annette screams.
Yeah, this time you see the short sword go off a solid 40 foot into the distance.
I'm going to summon my holy symbol back and look at Nettles and go, you
Yeah.
fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I roll over into the woods and find it.
Make a perception or investigation check.
Keeping an eye out for extra traps.
You very barely managed to find your sword. It was stuck in a brush somewhere. The handle just kind of, peeking out. Very nearly missed it.
Not a good start.
I just love that moment where Scruff just summons his weapon back and looks over at Nettle, and Nettle's there looking at his hand like.
Could we use a rope to pull it like we did the last one?
This one seems to be a bit more secured, whilst the other one was sort of placed. If that makes sense.
Scruff, you're quite nifty with your hands, so you should try and dismantle it.
Scruff, it's my seat. Look, I'll be the one sitting there. I'll do it. So I'll go up and try to disarm. So I'll use
Sleight of hand.
sleight of hand. I have what's a belaying club? Is that like
What, sorry?
a belaying club?
I think that's. Is that something from your background? Because I know belay is ignore, but in a sailor term.
I have a few things. I have
So it's it's something that you would use to fix a pistoon to something. So it's, when you make a tent, you kind of hit the things into the floor. It's for that.
The mallet.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to see what I have. Actually,
cool.
crowbar that was taken would actually have been useful for this, but
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna roll sleight of hand then.
Go for it.
20.
Yeah, and easily enough, you managed to pick up this disc, unfasten it from the thing after a good 10 minutes. Now you've got this primed sort of trap in your hand, and you're just kind of very aware that it hasn't been set off, and just because you've been so dexterous about removing it, it's the only reason it's still not being activated.
Throw it into the lake.
Is there a lake?
River.
beside us? I don't
Yeah,
think
you
there
guys have been traveling up by the lake, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just toss it like that, keeping it where it is, and just go woof, lob it to the.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys can see it hit the lake, and then you see a spring, almost like a tumbleweed of razor wire, kind of quickly expand into the lake, and then sort of float for a little bit, and then start going down the river.
Nasty stuff. I go back to the cart, checking the ground where I do. I'm just going to ask Annette and Wolfsbane, how are they doing? Are they okay?
Having a merry old time inside.
Yeah, so as you go over to the cart, you can see they're both sort of incredulous at this point. Annette has not left this carriage the entire time journey over for for obvious reasons. Same with Wolfsbane, she's kind of been the protector, self-appointed protector of Annette at this point. Both of them seem fine though. Okay. But you do.
I got thrown up 15 foot into the air, so it's really fun out here if you want to come out.
You get the sense that Annette is becoming more and more worried as this journey is progressing. The amount of times now that this individual has, possibly been in the camp whilst people have been actively searching for him and not being noticed is worrying.
Are we a day away from the capital now? Or would we reach it today?
You would reach it. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably get a move on then.
Yeah.
We weren't affected by it in Timberstrom,
Yeah.
so we should be okay inside the capital.
So if everyone would like to take another ration out of their inventory and once more make a perception check for someone who is sort of, keeping an eye on the road.
I don't think I
I'm
am.
watching very intently. Oh,
I can do
perfect.
that.
I am watching very intently.
Crit.
Yeah. And once more, like you're scouring the horizon, and again, off into the horizon, you do see this figure, but this time you rub your eyes and you look over, and then once more he is still there, just sort of watching you.
Do you guys see that? Is it just me?
I look back and try to see.
Okay, make a
Same.
perception check, both of you.
Can't see nothing, mate.
No, they kind of do that thing that you do when you see something off in the distance. You're like, look over there. And you're like, where? And you're like, by that hill. And they're like, what hill?
They're looking at the wrong
yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
No, I saw a silhouette, and this time it wasn't gone.
Yeah.
It was there for a long. Is it still there? Can I still see it?
You can still see it.
Yeah.
You haven't,
It's still-
you've kind of affixed your gaze over there and you've not moved it
Yeah.
since.
But I can't describe exactly his location to the others.
You probably could. Yeah, like
So-
if you were to move your car over there, you'd probably be able to do that.
Yeah. Pull the car over.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Without taking my gaze off him, I'm going to try and pinpoint the location for the others to see.
Okay, and as you start moving closer, do you guys want to make another perception check now? As you move into that direction.
Come on, 20. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Zach, could you please
Sneezed.
make another perception
Sneezed.
check as well? Yeah, unfortunately, as you start making your way over there, you can see this figure once more slip over the horizon, and without even really giving it, going over there to tell you no, that you're probably not going to be able to find him again.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. We've lost it.
Look, there's not much point us chasing them down. We're almost at the end here.
On the trap.
We'll get a
On the
net
trail.
safe into the palace. Much safer than on the road here with us. So let's just go as fast as we can.
Sounds good, Captain.
Yeah.
Yeah. To scruff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you guys are making your way over to town, once more, with very uneventful day, other than the morning shenanigans, and you actually can see as you're nearing now, just the outskirts of Ravenscar, this large settlement on the horizon. You can see like a bunch of shanty towns sort of going up towards this walled structure within a very much built environment that leads into a very you would describe it as almost like a purple stoned brick
Holy shit.
area on the north of this large lake. You can see this building is very it doesn't seem like it's a solid structure, but it seems very intricate, almost fragile in terms of the way castles are. It seems more of a palace than an actual castle, if that makes sense. Yeah, very beautiful. You can see as you are approaching almost a small fleet of ships going to and from this port that sort of connects it to the north of this lake. This is by far the biggest settlement that you guys have ever come across.
It's a city, isn't it, rather than a settlement?
This is the first city that you guys actually went to.
Yeah. So before we get up, I kind of go and I ask Scruff to take the reins, and I'll go into Annette, into the cabin, and just ask, should we have any trouble with the guards coming up? They will be asking to check the cart, I'm sure. Is anything we should say?
Is Annette still dressed like a peasant servant girl here?
Yeah, she's dressed like Wolfsbane is, and Wolfsbane is dressed like Annette.
So should we change them back at this point, now that we're right to city? Or like just before? I mean, a bit late to say it now, but...
Yeah, like you ask Annette for her opinion here, and she's like, just to be on the safe side, maybe we should cast that invisibility spell again, just whilst we, speaking to them.
Yeah, for yourself,
Okay.
yeah. If that makes you feel better, that's fine.
You can go sit in the carriage as well, Scruff.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
he's being used as normal. All right.
Can you do targets? Because it's probably less questions if Squeak's invisible as well, rather than the random kobold inside the incredibly expensive carriage we've got.
Can I use my disguise kit to make the kobold look slightly more normal?
yeah. So what are you doing? Like exactly? How are you making him look more normal?
Basically, giving him the whole drenched over in robe sort of look, but trying to do something with his face so he doesn't look like a half dragon.
He looks
Like,
like an old
giving him a
crooked old man or
moustache.
something.
So wait. So you guys are doing what to him?
Just make him look, like an elder instead of like a nose, like an old man's long
Yeah.
nose.
So what you kind of do is you like move up the hood a little bit, so it's not just like resting on his head, but past it. You go to the nostril. You get 2 fake eyes and place it in the nostrils, and draw a small nose in between his nostrils and his mouth. So he looks like a very make a disguise kit roll.
Is it with charisma?
It would be. Do you have a kit like the proficiency?
I've got a disguise kit and proficiency with it.
Yeah, just make that with. Ooh, yes, maybe I think it'd be more.
When I looked, it was charisma.
Let me see.
Just because I know it works with the actor feat down the line.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Actually, yeah.
Let me. Yeah, for now we'll go for charisma, and I'll check that in between sessions. But yeah. Yeah, so easily enough done. You make this face, and it's definitely not humanoid per se, but the snout is enough that if someone wasn't paying too much attention to this robed figure, it would look past as a face.
Just go.
Don't say anything, Squeak.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Stay quiet when we go through the gates.
Yes.
And
And then I'll cast invisibility on Annette.
Yeah. Okay.
should we say we're the company of the Bronze Lion? We're here for business. Sometimes it's easier
Yeah.
to see the truth.
Yeah, no point to lie to them.
So then I finally take off my cloak, flick it, show the pauldron as,
As it shines in the sun.
Yeah. He's been polishing it up because he knows he's going to see the king, so he's like,
So
That's the real reason he's kept it covered, to keep it protected from the rain.
yeah, and at this point you guys are probably just on the outside of Tough Town, which is this small sort of almost shanty town on the outside of the city. You can see, even though it is in like the shanty sort of area, the houses here are very well built. You'd almost liken it to those that you've seen in Timberstrom. Very nice wood here. It seems to be very much a well settled area. You can see people walking around, going about their daily activities. Some of them are like peddling wares from shop fronts. Others are like transporting goods to and from the city. As you look around, you can hear boys playing in the street. Very much, everyone here seems to be very relaxed. The vibe is, like it is almost a somber but happy sort of vibe. I'm not sure how to really describe it.
that's festive, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That sounds weird. But yeah, it's a very nice atmosphere, and for some of you, it's good to get back into a more urban environment. You guys have been traveling on a, in a very fringe sort of populous areas for a while now, and especially for people like Wolfsbane. It's good to be in an environment where the streets aren't just dirt tracks; they're actually made from cobbled stone, and you can kind of, hear that ricketing sound as your wheels travel across it. And as you make it just to outside of the gates of the Quill Quarter, once more, instead of regular town guards, you actually see the feathered knights of, that you occasionally see in more elite positions throughout your stay in Ravenbrook. Once more, these knights wear these like dark purple, almost armor with these purple cloaks, very much embodying almost the colors of the royal family here.
Has Annette been to the capital before? Like, do the king and etc. know what Annette looks like, or do we have any documents to prove that she is who we say she is, or is that not really something to worry about?
That's kind of what I was saying to her. She didn't really say. I was like,
I'm just kind of worried we'll go up to the feathered knights and say, like, we need to talk to a captain or someone in charge for this reason. They'll just be like, no.
Oh, okay. So, like, she understands what you're saying now. She kind of expanded on what she says. Like, I would feel more comfortable if we said this to the guards right outside of the castle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes, I do have my own documentation here. They are aware I should be arriving within this period of time, so they are expecting me. That being said, I haven't been to the capital since I was about 10 years old.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get you straight to the palace.
We'll head straight in.
Yeah, so as you guys are kind of you join a small queue, waiting to go through into the the more established city, one of the knights will come up to the cart, address you directly, Uncle, and be like, "Business."
Business with the king.
With the king.
We're a group of mercenaries. He's asked us to complete a job. We're heading straight to the palace to speak to him, or he's notary. I don't know. He's lackeys.
Lucky.
I believe it's called a court.
Yes, he's court.
Yeah.
Thank you, good sir. Sorry,
Yeah.
I've been on the road for a long time. So.
Yeah. This is what happens when all your missions involve criminal activities up until this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make a charisma check with advantage. Because you are telling the truth, you said it very, certain. But again, like people don't often come by the city and be like, "Yeah, I'm here to see the king." Yeah, and he's like, "Very well. Do you require an escort?"
Yes, please. Actually, if you can, that'd be much appreciated.
And he bows his head and he kind of does a few hand gestures to some of the men that are milling around the gate area, and you get 4 of these feathered knights. Take up positions on either end of the cart. So like on each side, there's 2.
Thanks very much.
And he kind of like motions you through the gate as you guys once more now are in the Quill Quarter, and this time you can see the buildings here are very much either stone or in a Tudor style with a stone floor and a more of a plaster beamed sort of upper floors that again hang over into the streets. But it's not in such a way that is messy, if that makes sense. It does seem like everything here is very well established and very straight. There's no like leaning buildings, but they do hang over into the street. The buildings here typically being around like 3 to 4 stories high, which is like I think the tallest building you've seen up until this point have been city halls that have kind of reached a similar sort of height. It takes you a good probably 10-15 minutes to get to the main square in the Quill Quarter, where you find this large open expanse of grass that is kind of stretches before you over to this large keep that rests atop the hill. You can see many towers sort of poking up from the castle wall, and you kind of get a general sense of feeling that you're on the up and up. You're moving up in society from meetings in the past. You've only been speaking to barons at best, and now here you are before a very established castle, which is something that you probably haven't seen a castle, any of you, since you left your respective hometowns. A lot of you have come from that city dwelling. I think someone like Horns actually and Scruff have probably never seen a castle in their lives actually,
Never.
because you're more from the boonies. So yeah, it's a very empowering feeling. A very positive feeling as you see the statue of power, the seat of the king in Ravensbrook. It's a very interesting song for that.
Isn't she a beauty, that castle? Huh?
It's very big.
You can hear Squeak from the back of the cart be like, "Yes, yes." And something that you've noticed actually quite a lot, guys, that, since like traveling with Squeak, is he spends a lot of time just kind of looking up in the sky.
Oh, Summer, fuck off, you idiot.
And this, as a similar way that you guys are looking at this, this wondrous achievement of the like human engineering, this castle, he very much has the same sort of awe and attitude towards the open sky above. You can imagine that this. He's spent his entire life effectively underground or only coming out at night, and seeing this vast, like, expanse of blue above him is very unusual for Squeak.
How does this compare to your home, Squeak?
It's very large.
Very tall.
Yeah. Big. Yeah. Probably the first group that was going to bring a kobold into the King's Court.
Yeah, you'll probably be the first kobold ever to meet
royalty.
Meet the king. Yeah.
Uncle does say keep him in the cart if you can, please.
Yeah.
Please don't bring him in front of the
Preferably in a chest.
Yeah.
It's best to bring him with us though, because if we leave him here and he goes off strolling,
I think it should just be.
he's gonna get killed.
I'm not sure if all of us should meet the king.
Just
I don't know.
the important lieutenants.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, who you choosing, huh?
Metals.
Horn says as she's like taking a fifth of tequila.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you guys kind of are discussing this, you hear from the invisible expanse in the cart that is Annette. She's like, I'd actually really want to introduce you all to my family. We owe a lot to you. I think it would be good.
Squeak included.
Squeak included. He's been a very interesting companion these last few days.
Yeah,
You can kind of hear Squeak make the Yoda laugh to himself.
I say back to Annette saying, thanks very much for that. It's very flattering. But always remember, you'll always have a friend in the Bronze Company of the Bronze Line if you ever need them.
And the company will always have a friend within the Seat of Darkness.
Oh.
Well, that's one royal family that likes us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last royal family we met put a bounty on our head.
And as you guys are now just in front of the castle walls, you see very much almost doubled the amount of guards that were outside the full quarter main wall, and they once more approach the car and business.
So are we at the castle, the palace now?
Yeah, you're on the outer walls of the palace.
Yeah.
We're on business from Sandiford to speak with the court. If you could, on business specifically for the king.
Right. Well, the king isn't seeing any of the common folk today.
We are under his service. We're on a mission for him. He is expecting us. Even not just for the king, even for his court, just to speak.
As you're having this conversation, you can feel a tap on your shoulder, Uncle. As you look around, you see a scaled hand from Squeak, and he's kind of handing you a sealed scroll.
Okay. So,
as you take it, you very much see the royal seal of House Darkness on it, and you assume this is probably been given by Annette to Squeak to hand to you.
No.
Thank you, Master Orion. And so yeah. And I hand it over to the guard.
Yeah, and he kind of takes a few moments just reading through it. He's like, "Very well, I'll take you to the king myself." And he once more again starts shouting at the guards to open the gate. And a good few minutes go by as these large dark oak doors sort of swing inward. Outward, as you guys are now entering the courtyard of the king, now very up close with this large, almost twisting dark castle that looms above the city of Ravenscar. It's I believe the king is currently, dealing with some business. There is an envoy here from the kingdom of Dietrich. He might be a few moments.
Yeah, we can wait here.
Absolutely, and he kind of flicks his hand again as a few stable boys, start running over from that area of the castle, taking the reins of the carriage. Sirs, if you'd like to dismount, we'll take the carriage from here.
We'll wait. Did Annette say she wanted to wait? Sorry, I'm trying to remember.
So the guy was like, you might have to wait a few moments because the king's indisposed. The stable boys we'll take the carriage, but it seems like very much the guards are still welcoming you into the castle.
We should. Annette should be safe here. We're fully in the castle walls now.
Yeah.
A sniper bullet pierces.
So I say we all get out, and I help Annette out.
All of the guards are actually smugglers in disguise.
Yeah.
Just before we get out as well, I'll cast Prestidigitation on her to clean her up a little bit so she's slightly presentable in her clothes.
We're all still covered in mud and blood from the getting exploded from the trap the day before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Annette will very much join you in that scruff as you both start casting prestidigitation, neatening everyone up, making everyone smell a little bit better.
Is she still in her letters, in Wolfsbane's letters? I did say she should change if she felt like it, but...
Yeah, they would have changed, like, as you guys were making
Right.
your way through the city. They had the curtains on the inside and would be able to, perform that. And as you guys are kind of led into what you'd assume is the Great Hall of this castle, you kind of just left to mill around. You see this, as I said before, this very large hall with a dark stone, sort of polished marble floor. Various pillars sort of lining a central walkway that leads up to this large throne that you can see is almost like an array of feathers that sort of curl around the back, interweaving with each other.
And while we're like looking around, I'm just going to go and telepathically speak to each person, and just tell them that remember, the less you say with royalty, the better. It's always just better to keep quiet and never say too much.
I kind of whisper back to Uncle.
You can talk to me as well that way, actually. Yeah.
Are we going to? Should we mention the Timberstrom dragon situation?
Yes, I think we should. The king, yeah, I think we should. Good to let him know.
I assume the king would at least like to know whether or not he decides to do anything.
Yeah.
And as you guys are sort of like speaking around, you can see this individual start to approach. He's wearing a doublet with these long white sleeves. The actual doublet itself is a dark purple with a very intricate woven pattern on it. You instantly know just from the appearance that this guy is from money. He is definitely not a common folk, and his hair is tied. Tied. It's kind of like brushed neatly back, and upon his forehead sits a very neat dark circlet. He's like, you must be the company of the Bronze Lion.
And that is us. I'm the Lionheart.
Nice to meet you. My name is Cecil Darkness. At your service. And he kind of does a sweeping bow, and then lifts up his hand for you to kiss him on his finger, or his ring finger.
Yeah, I do the same, and I bow as well.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not sure if you are aware of me. I hear you're from, where was it? Walter Glen? Is that what he said?
We're from all around. We travel. We have just come from Welter Glen, though. That's correct.
I see. Oh, I am the Crown Prince. My father, Erwin, he'll be here shortly.
Oh, great to meet you. We're happy to help you in this regard.
No, absolutely. I mean, and at this point, he kind of, locks eyes with Annette. And you can see they have this very awkward sort of, like, milady, my lord, sort of encounter. He's like...
Can I introduce her? I'm going to try to introduce her. So,
okay.
This is not sure if you met her before. This is Lady Antoinette, and then I just say she's been a great companion on the road, very brave through our whole travels.
Make a charisma check. Okay, so yeah, it's very much much more lessens the awkward nature of the interaction between these two, or the first interaction. As you can tell, when you get into this sort of status symbols, people don't really meet each other without introductions. So when they kind of just saw each other, they were kind of expecting, or didn't know how to interact with each other without an introduction being there, and you kind of soften that and instigate a conversation in such a way that they felt a lot more at ease. And you can kind of see him take her hand. He kisses it. He makes another sweeping bow. He's like, well, I'll be seeing you later, my lady. And to my friends, I will go and find my father. He should be here soon. I think he was just dealing with that diplomat.
Of course.
And he kind of leaves off. And that
oh, he's cute.
yeah. And it's like, thank you. I'm glad to know that Cecil isn't a well, he's easy on the eyes.
Yeah, he seems
not meeting your betrothed before marriage is one of the few, I guess, sort of, how would you put it, reservations that you have about this process.
Yeah, of course. This seems to be all working well in your case, thankfully.
Yes, hopefully. And a few more minutes do go by, and eventually you do see a man walk out of one of the doors towards more of the throne area. Again, you can see that his hair is swept backwards, but it's more shoulder length this time. He is wearing a dark uniform, but it is slightly different from the appearances of what you've seen so far. Instead of like a dark purple, it's almost like a dark grey, a black as steel. And as he walks over, he's like, "Oh yeah, you must be the company of the Bronze Lions, eh?"
Yeah. Sorry, is this the king? Does it look like the king?
This definitely looks like he is from a different country. You know what? You'd actually recognise this sort of garb, Ray. This is definitely something from the Kingdom of Dietrich.
Yeah. I say yes. Yes, sir. And I've always like, yes. I'm the Lionheart of the Bronze Company of the Lion.
No, I've heard a lot about you, my friend.
That's good. I know we have a long history. Especially in Dietrich, my home country as well. So.
Yes, I've spoken to the king recently. He is very intrigued. I think he has work for you, if you're interested.
We were planning on heading to Dietrich again. It's home. That was our next port of call. So I'm glad to hear that the king knows, and we will be there very shortly.
That's good. Where will you go first?
What would be the name of the capital where the king would be?
I think it's unbesiegt. It's unbesiegt or ungebrochen, but that fucking eludes me.
So I'm going to assume the king is there. So I'll just say, as always, it's good. We'll be heading to the capital, Umbelblock.
Oh no, you would not. You would not be speaking to king. You would have to speak to someone like me. I'm afraid you haven't really, you don't have that much sway, my friend. Like the difference between some of the smaller kingdoms to Dietrich is quite stark. Dietrich is probably 2 to 3 times the size of this country.
Kind of like an empire more than a...
Very much. There was... make a history check for me, actually.
Yeah. 18.
So, with an 18, you would know that there actually was a empire that used to expand from this sort of... this side of the continent that was known as the Oberach Empire, but that fractured during the Wormcoal into like smaller kingdoms. Like the vast majority of it, that when it was split up, became the Dietrich Empire as the Kingdom of Dietrich, which was the royal family that originally established this empire before it was shattered. You would actually know as well, Nettle, that the Rovna dynasty was originally a part of this empire as well back in the day.
Just as a slightly related side note, when we were before we started the first session, I remember you were saying this is the age of reclusion or something to that effect, of like where all the countries are kind of keeping to themselves and not really interacting too much.
Yeah.
Is there certain areas of the world on the continent that like completely off limits, like they don't allow outsiders into their territories, pretty much?
Make a history check.
So obviously, so far the ones we've been to have all been relatively open. It doesn't seem too much like anyone's keeping to themselves much.
So, on this side of the continent, you're not aware of any. You've definitely heard of places that in far off lands that don't allow people into their realm, but their names escape you right now, and it might be because you're in a literal king's court or nonetheless. But yeah, you can't, nothing in your immediate vicinity which you'd be aware of. So that's like here, Dietrich, Oakenvolt, Rovna, but none of them close their borders too much. Like this side of the continent's quite open. It's more on the other side. Actually, I'm not sure if he actually mentioned it, but Commander Funk, last commander of the company, he was from a country called Dreren, and their capital has been in lockdown for like 30 years. Like, people just aren't allowed in the capital. They're allowed to travel into the country, but just not into the actual capital itself.
So only people from the region are allowed into the capital?
No one's come and gone for 30 years.
Oh.
Besides like very select elite envoys.
Yeah.
It was kind of weird, so that kind of makes sense. He was kind of just like a bit of a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that guy got turned to stone.
But for this guy, yeah. But just for this guy anyway, because he said we won't be talking to King. I just say that well, let us know where we if it's you we're talking to, just let us know, and I'll be happy. We'll be happy to meet you then in Dietrich. Where's your court?
Well, I am merely a diplomat and envoy of His Grace. That being said, on the way back, I am going to Benber. It would be good to catch up with you there. I'll be staying there for a couple of weeks.
I look forward to it.
And you know, Benber is a country. It's like just on the outside of Dietrich, or it's like in the borders of Dietrich, but it is a dwarven stronghold, so it has its own government there. It's not under the sway of the king of Dietrich.
Yeah.
And just to clarify as well, it is Ungebrocken. That is the capital.
I think I have that written down somewhere.
Yeah.
Ungebrocken.
But yes, if I do not see you in Bember, I am usually found in Gotzink.
How do you pronounce that? Sorry.
It's like, I believe, but it has an umlaut above the O. And you would know that to be a city within Dietrich. That's not the capital.
What was his name again? I kind of missed that there.
You didn't ask his name.
Oh, and can you enter your name, please?
They call me Diplomat or Envoy Hansel.
Pleased to meet you, Hansel, and thanks very much for the introduction. Again, we'll be happy to meet with you either in Benbor or Gotzing.
Absolutely. Please do not tarry. I think it is a conversation worth having sooner rather than later.
Understood.
Just before I go, just to make sure this is well within your remit, I guess. You are good with slaying monsters, no?
Is there a speciality?
And how much do you usually charge?
Depending from the monster, you know, from thousands to tens of thousands, depending on what we're talking.
What about multiple monsters of varying sizes?
We do it by the ear or the head. Even just not too long ago, we just did the orcs and an Etten, all charged by the head.
Interesting. Okay.
So I'm sure we can make a good deal when we speak.
Yes, potentially. There is definitely some negotiating room there. Alright, as it were. Sorry, what was it? Lord
Lionheart. Just call me Lionheart.
Lionheart. Just Lionheart. Just Lionheart.
Just Lionheart. That's
Okay,
it.
good. It's good enough. And he kind of, again, once more makes a sweeping bow, and you can hear his steps as he leaves the Great Hall, the door swinging before him as the guards do let him out. And after that, you can hear a trumpet come from the back of the hall as a crier announces the king. And he's like, "Please, a bow for His Highness."
Yeah, and I do anyway. I hope everyone else does.
My bow as well.
I might not be like the most gracious one, not too experienced with royalty, but nonetheless.
And he's like, "This is His Excellence, Erwin Darkness the Fourth." And he again does a toot on his trumpet and makes a sweeping bow. As you can see, this almost like a salt and peppered individual, sort of slowly with a little bit of a hunchback, make his way up this the several steps to this like feathered throne and sit down, in which he gestures you to come closer.
Yeah, and we comply.
Everyone shuffles. And as you get closer, he's like, "Ah, is that my daughter-in-law?" And he kind of motions for Annette to come close, and you can hear them have a small conversation that lasts a couple of minutes. They seem to be in good spirits, and after a moment, you can see him kind of gesture for her to leave, but she quickly runs down the steps and addresses you all, and she's like, "Really, thank you for everything. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate."
And again, you always have a friend in the Bronze Company. Seems the same.
And she nods and leaves. The king is there at this point. He's like, I'm very grateful for what you have done for myself. Have you been... I take it my baron has made sure that you are paid very well for this task.
Actually, do I wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't there. Yeah, he said 3,000 gold, I believe. Was how much?
Did he say he didn't pay us yet though?
No, he said he'd pay us on return. We're going back to meet him.
Oh yeah. So thank you, Your Majesty. We will be paid on our return back to Sandyport.
I see. Is there anything that I can do for you?
I would like to say, just two things actually. If just to have we're a part of the company of the Bronze Line, and just to have official approval to have our company work in your country would be an honor.
It's like, of course. You need not ask, my friend.
And the second thing is just either a word with yourself or your advisor. We did come across something quite alarming on our journey in Timberstrom. There is a dragon underneath Timberstrom. We have warned the Baron, and he said he would see to himself, but it's good just to let you know.
That is concerning. Is this something that you can handle?
Our company would need a bit of help. A dragon is a bit of a big deal, but if we could have some more troops, we'd be happy to handle it for you. Or
you can kind of see him like mull it over at this point. He's like, I see. So, just so we're on the same page, what is stopping me from just sending my soldiers in there? If you're going to need those.
Oh no, nothing at all. If it's, I'm sure, yeah, you're well able to handle it. Your company. Again, the Baron would need help. He didn't seem to have enough men himself. We did offer to help, but the Baron was unwilling.
At this point, you can see the crier kind of come over and it's like, "You will address him as His Grace."
Oh, sorry, Your Grace, Your Majesty.
And the crier's like, as he backs off. It's like, yeah. No, please. We're all friends here. I see. Make a charisma check.
Nine.
Well, the standing army of Ravenbrook currently isn't in use. I'm sure they would be able to fend for a dragon themselves. I appreciate the offer nonetheless. But, when it comes to dragon slaying, that can be a small kingdom in payment. Something that I am not willing to pay if I do have the means to resolve it myself.
Of course, I just would like to make you aware, Your Grace.
And I do appreciate that. I think, from what I've heard, that you are a company now, but you're not what you once were.
We did lose quite a lot of men, almost 60 of us, just a couple of months ago. So we are we're getting stronger though. We have
rebuilding.
We're rebuilding, yes. Yeah.
I could provide for you a detachment of said men as a thanks.
That'd be very much appreciated, Grace, and I bow. It'd be an honor to have fight with your men. Someone such as well trained as them.
I see a lot of faces here before me, but only one of them is speaking.
And I wait to say Nettles to introduce himself first.
I'm Lieutenant Nettles, Your Grace. Just we're not most of us aren't experienced with the
Court.
court of royalty, so
Yes.
we figured it would be better to remain silent than offend Your Grace.
I see. No, it makes sense. I mean, you guys aren't the most... how should I say? You stick out. I think is the way of putting that. Be sure to see my tailor before you leave. He will outfit you with, some court attire. Something that I feel you would need if you were to continue working within these circles.
Again, I bow and say, and it's very gracious. Thank you, Your Grace.
Yeah, I do the same.
My daughter-in-law tells me you were speaking to that envoy as he left. She did not mention what you were speaking about.
He just asked about our company and said, "Are we passing through Dytrek?" He was just interested to speak to us, just to possibly use our services.
And what exactly, in the way of services, was he speaking about?
He didn't go into details, but he did say monster hunting, which is our speciality. So
I would be careful, Master Lionheart. Working with the Kingdom of Dytrek is a road that might lead to you being involved very much within a war or three.
Again, as I said, monster hunting is our speciality. We'll we keep out of anything like that. But thank you very much, Your Grace, for the advice.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Well, you probably are. I mean, it is your profession. But monsters tend to be more active in an active war zone. Their corpses brings them to the surface, attracts them to places of residence. That might be where he's planning to utilize you.
And thought of that myself. Yeah, Your Grace. Yeah, he seemed to have something up his sleeve, he could say.
As I say, tensions are currently quite tense between Dytrek and Ravenscar. Something that you may not expect, since the respective kings are brothers. But with this incident with the mages, I'm not too sure. My own spies do tell me that the forces of Dytrek are moving towards their borders.
It's alarming news, Your Grace.
Quite profitable news for a mercenary company, no less. But Neptune's nodding like yes.
I thought when he said there's a war, I was like, yes, money.
Yeah, from the lands we came to, it's there's monsters everywhere. It doesn't have to be war, but we've sadly they're everywhere. The roads are quite dangerous.
Yes, not as dangerous as court, my friend. Now be aware, you may be well adept in slaying monsters, but the real monsters are those who sit upon these, and he gestures towards his own throne. Just be aware. I think you may be more of a pawn than you think, now that you're entering the political game. Out of curiosity, where are you from?
We're all from different parts. I myself am from Dytrek, and I go through each person where they're from, as I'm sure Uncle knows. Ray doesn't know, but I think Uncle would know.
Yeah, so there's Wuvalon, Horns, I believe, Scruff is from Weltglen, and Nettle is from Ravenscar. Like I see. Well, would you consider yourselves patriots, or...?
When we start a company, we give up a lot. We even give up our names, so you lose that
that's allegiance.
That allegiance and
patriotism.
It's for ourselves. Again, we happy to help. Yourself, your liege, if you have any jobs for us, but we do fight for each other and fight for the good, to remove monsters from this world.
There is something that you could help with,
Yeah,
actually.
Please.
You say you're well adept at killing monsters, and there is one within, just outside the walls of the city. It comes at night, and it seems to be plundering the Iron Plume.
Is this taking items without leaving any tracks?
No, he's destroying entire neighborhoods.
Hey, do you know who or what it is?
Or it, I should say.
Sorry, Your Highness.
Yeah, we'll be pleased to look into this for you, Your Grace. If you want to ask someone in your court to give us as much information as you know, we can set to it straight away.
Of course, my aide will speak to you tonight. If you have nowhere else to stay, you can stay here at the castle.
I think our company would love that. A lot of them haven't seen, actually, all of us haven't seen such a castle as this, so to stay there would be very generous of you, Your Grace.
Quite.
Your Highness, is there like, and I'd phrase this question better, I guess, because I don't really know exactly what I'm asking. Is there like a communication system, like a pigeon that can send a message or something to that effect? I don't know what communication tools they use in like these areas. I'm basically asking for that.
You have a court wizard, if that would help.
Essentially, it's not urgent. I just wanted to send like an update to the rest of our company who are still in Sandyport.
Well, the aide that was going to speak to you tonight, he is very adept in the arcane. He should be able to send whatever message that you need.
Perfect, thank you.
Of course. Well,
Yes.
I need to retire. There is going to be very many festivities tonight, and I need to make myself presentable. But once more, I thank you. You shall always have a home here at Dark Nest.
And I bow say thank you again for your generosity, and I hope you enjoy your night, your festivities.
And he kind of gestures towards one of the guards, and I was like, "Show them to their room." And he gets down from the throne. From the throne, you can take it. You can see him take this large, dark metal crown off his head. It vaguely resembles a birdcage. And he starts
Crazy.
making and he starts making his way back towards the door that he came from. And I think we will go for our break there.
Perfect.
That was cool. That was very cool.
Finding yourselves out of the Great Hall, you are led across the small courtyard over to one of the towers that are lining the large walls of the keep, specifically the southernmost tower. And as you are led to the top of which, you do find like a circular room, common room with like sitting areas, books, as well as various desks for studying or just general social activities, along with 3 chambers that are modestly furnished, but what they are furnished with seems to be extremely high quality. This room is obviously used for visitors to the royal family. As you're led there, the small man who corrected you earlier about calling King Cecil His Grace is like, "I will go and send for the king's aid now. Would you need anything else in the meantime?"
Nothing. I'm sure we have everything we need here. Thank you very much.
Of course. And he leaves.
And I'll go. Can I reach the window, or must I like move a chest or a table? Stand up?
I think it would definitely be a case of you moving some sort of furniture around to be able to reach up.
But yeah, I can move a chair or whatever I can, and just have a look, and just like, because I'm looking at the tower, I haven't really seen it, so.
Yeah, and as you do, you kind of this is the perfect tower with the best view of the city, as you not only see the merchant's cradle and the port, but it expands over into the lake that is like going south, and you've arrived quite late at night, so it's like the perfect time to see the sun dip below the horizon, spilling onto the lake at the shades of orange and red that seems to be emitting from the western horizon.
Oh, lads, we're coming up in the world, aren't we?
Seems like it.
Especially for Scruff, he joined the company like a week ago, and he went from like a swab, swabbing the deck to castle in less than a week.
I used to be good with a blade, I suppose.
Yeah. We've been sleeping in too many hedges, nettles over the last few weeks.
Yeah. Nice to have a good bed.
At this point, you can kind of see Squeak in the corner taking the fake eyeballs out of his nostrils and like rubbing his snout so that all the makeup from earlier comes off. And he's like, "This is very nice, yes, yes."
You're happy out, Squeak, are you? Oh,
Do you know what I feel like when I do this voice? Fucking Ralph from Ed, Ed and Eddie. Hello, Ed boy.
Yeah. It is like that, actually.
It's like,
But
so you get many men?
do we get many men?
Yeah. You get whole nights.
We're being given some nights. That's like crazy.
Is it not a bit weird to get members of the company under order from the king? Like, are they going to be loyal to us, or?
There's definitely going to be a conflict of interest there, but as long as you stay on the good side of the king, they will have no reason not to follow your every whim. But it's the sort of thing like if you started, pillaging fucking towns in Ravenbrook, it's going to be like, well,
Yeah. Well,
clearly there's a conflict of interest here.
Yeah, you're being arrested.
Yeah.
we'll save the pillaging for back in Welterglen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just end up becoming like a warlord with knights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if maybe they'll just stay with us while we're in the country. I assume. I don't think they'll be boarding the Silver Kestrel or anything. But it'd be great to have them here with us.
At this point, Squeak speaks up. She's like, "So what is the next move?"
Next move is we relax, Squeak, and take a bit of a rest, and we'll wait for the notary to come, and we'll see about this monster outside the castle walls.
As you guys are like speaking to Squeak and like just relaying this information, you see he's going around the room and picking up the silverware and kind of putting it in a small pouch on his belt.
Yeah, Squeak, put all that back. We're not stealing from the king.
You can see him very begrudgingly put it back, and then when you turn your head, you notice just out the corner of your eye, he goes and grabs it again and puts it in his pouch.
I like slap his wrist. It's like, Squeak,
Yeah.
listen to Nettles.
I think that might be enough to kill him.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we'll if we can do a job before we head back to Sandyport, I think that's the right thing to do. We can probably get a barge going back the other way, easily enough. So, I don't think I want to head back to Timberstrom. I think we should just stay clear of the Baron and that dragon, if we can.
But we'll have to pass through eventually, won't we?
Yeah.
On the way back to Sandyport.
What did you say to the guys on Silver Kestrel that we'll be back in Sandyport in a few weeks?
They were basically, they're just gonna, for now, they're gonna keep on. Well, they said I think they were planning to do a couple trips, like buying and selling goods and taking it to other ports for a bit of profit back and forth. And the plan was to meet us back there in 20-something days' time, in about 20 days' time from when we left, which is why we're going to look to contact them with the wizard just to give them an update, and then they can possibly do a few more trips or start to wait.
One plan is actually to get them. I have asked a cartographer to make up some maps. So
yeah, I was going to say we have a few little bits of business still in Sandyport.
Ask if we can get the mage to send a message. We can get them to finish up our business and meet us maybe in Griffin Rise to the south. Maybe just go a totally different way from Ravenscar, sorry. Have them meet us in the port down there.
Yeah, and as you can see at the bottom left of the map, like right at the bottom left, is Bember, which is
Bember,
where
that's where we actually want to head. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and Griffin Rise is like the end of the it's the border effectively of Ravenbrook. Everything beyond there is the Kingdom of Dietrich.
Yeah,
like that mountain range is the separation.
Witcherfields.
And that forest.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say that forest to the left, though, on the left side of the mountain range to the bottom left, that is Oakenvolt, which is an elven kingdom that borders both the Kingdom of Dietrich and Ravenbrook.
Sweet. So yeah, I think I'm not one for ever heading back. I think you should always move forward. So we could just find our way down to Griffin Rise, maybe through Red Break. And
before we leave, I wouldn't mind having. Well, obviously, once we've done this job in the Iron Plume, which should hopefully put us in good favour with the king, good standing. See if he needs. If there's any information to have on Ivar and the Raven's Eye, potentially, because he's supposed to be based around working out of the capital. It might be a mutually beneficial but it's obviously not quite the normal jobs
It's
we
our
do,
usual work, yeah.
killing criminals. But
Again,
if the pay is the right price, it could be worth the time.
yeah, something we can look at anyway.
As you're talking about, you know, this monster hunting and like taking on the crow's eye, you can hear Squeak go, "But first you need weapon, yes?"
Yes, Squeak, yes,
Yes,
we do. We
yeah.
need lots of weapons. What time is it now, actually?
It's as I say, the sun is dipping below the horizon. It's about 9ish around that time.
Yeah, we in the morning we will be meeting a tailor to get some new clothes from the king. We'll get some new weapons. We'll get some more rations. We do need to stock up in general, and then we'll get through this get to this issue in Iron Plumes in the morning after we speak.
Yes. Yeah, sounds
Thanks,
good.
Greek.
It's a good plan.
I give him a ration.
You can see him gnaw on the ration, not even bothering to really unpack it from the small from a small package.
Yeah. Is it like just dried meat and stuff? I'm guessing.
Yeah, dried meats, nuts, berries, that sort of stuff.
I really want to make some pemmican in real life. So that's like the meat. You dry it and then you like batter it into tar powder, and then you cook it in fat, and that's like the
Oh,
ration.
okay. Yeah.
I'll let you know how I get on.
Yeah, that actually sounds interesting.
Yeah.
But
I made jerky and stuff before. Sorry. Sorry.
No, it's okay. There's actually a official D&D cookbook that has a bunch of shit in there that you're supposed to relate to the meals in game, as well as like a couple of menus from some famous inns within the worlds.
That sounds pretty cool.
But yes, is anyone doing anything particular tonight before everyone heads off for sleep?
No,
No, just getting a good
I
night
think we're
rest.
pretty wrecked.
Yeah, so everyone goes to sleep and or is about to go to sleep when you hear a knock upon the door, and at this point, Squeak goes over to answer it.
Squeak, it's okay. I'll grab that. You lie down in bed. You rest. You had a big
Yes,
journey.
yes. And he
Thanks, Squeak.
once more like waddles over to one of the rooms, shuts the door, and at that point, then you open up the door to see a very tall fellow in front of you. He's quite lithe in his build, not scrawny, but like athletic, I would say. And he's got this long, flowing robe that drips over him. It's purple in nature, and it's kind of got these slashes of white that go down the front. You can see this is something that also is mirrored in his skin tone, as his skin is also purple and he has white hair with deep red eyes.
Whoa, that's pretty intense.
You know this to be a drow.
Oh, cool. So I just say, good evening, sir. Thanks for meeting us this evening.
Of course, you sent for me.
Yeah, we're just to speak about the this issue in Iron Plume. The king said we may be able to help.
Of course. How can I assist in that regard?
And he says quite a lot of damage is being done by possibly some creatures. So if you just let us know all the information you have, we can.
Yes.
Get to it.
We suspect that this is something that is being summoned by the Crow's Tongue, one of the more cultish organizations that operate out of Ravenbrook. This creature is quite large. Are you familiar with? Well, I guess any creature that would fit this description. It has blue skin, bright orange fur, about the strength of 20 men.
And would Uncle know? Or let us know, can we roll?
Make a religious nature or arcana check.
Is it a very large orangutan?
Yeah. So yeah, with a 10, this wouldn't fit anything that you would be aware of. That is quite a surreal description.
Sadly not. We've come across hundreds of monsters, but that's not something that I've come across myself.
Very well. How do you plan on taking this creature out?
By sword and shield usually does the job. We'll try and track it down, see what happens. If it's something being summoned, we'll go after the summoner.
Of course. I see you're lacking both currently. Is this something that you would like the king to provide?
If he could, we were going to just go and get some new ones ourselves. But I'm sure what the king can provide would be much.
Of course, we have an armory here. What is your chosen weapons, I guess? I presume you will use a bow, and you a sword, and he kind of looks at you, Scruff.
I'm good, thanks, mate.
A silvered skemeter is my chosen weapon usually, but any sword will do. I'm quite handy with everything.
I see. Very well.
Scruff's in the middle of his rations.
Yeah.
Wasn't expected to be addressed.
I'll see if we have any scimitar. And see.
Again, any sword.
Yes.
I've got a spare scimitar if you want one, Uncle.
Shh.
He kind of looks at you both. And he's like, very well. Anyway, I was also told that there was a message I was sending.
Yeah, if you could how's it work? How do we?
As long as it's 25 words and less, I can contact that person directly with my arcane powers.
Contact poet.
To Nettles, yeah, I was going to say poet. Poet would be the best.
25 words. Annette escorted successfully. Collect Uncle's map.
Yeah, Sandyport. Meet us in
Baron's payment to 3,000 gold. Meet us in, what was it called? Griffin
Rise.
Griffin Rise. We'll be there soon.
Specifically 7
Love,
days.
love Nettles.
And you can see the fella kind of close his eyes and silently just concentrate for a moment. He then lifts his head and he's like, so, the person I've contacted has asked, what about the Silver Kestrel?
The Silver Kestrel's to meet us in
Port?
Yeah, to meet us in Griffin Rise too.
In Griffin Rise. I don't believe Griffin Rise has a port. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Ah, no, it does have a port. As he has some inner monologue to himself that he explains out loud. And he's like, very well. And he concentrates again for a second, comes back, and he's like, is that all?
One last favour, if you don't mind. The Baron, we have brought Lady Nett here safely, and you would be able to contact the Baron and just to let them know that she is in Ravenscar safe and sound.
He is already well aware.
Then that is all. We thank you very much for your help.
Very well. Have a good sleep.
Thank you.
And he walks out the door, closing it behind him.
That was a suspicious way to close the door.
Yeah. He didn't break eye contact once.
Yeah. Can I insight check him? Was he acting a bit weird? Did we piss him off somehow?
No, yeah, you can insight check him.
14.
No. You just think at best he's probably embarrassed that he couldn't even remember his own kingdom's geography.
Yeah, that's good though.
But yeah, everyone has a good night's sleep. If you would all like to return half your hit die. Yeah, if you'd like to return half your hit die.
Yeah.
And again, you wake again to these nice fresh sheets. The smell of a meal that seems to be sitting in the common area waiting for you to awake. It seems to be mostly like bits of pork, a small bowl of porridge, or I say a medium-sized bowl of porridge, communal, some cheeses, some fruits, and a few oats as well.
Delicious.
So what's everyone doing today? What's the plan?
I'm going to head to the Iron Plume and check out, see what we can find.
Yeah.
Talk to the locals, look for bright orange fur.
Have our weapons, go to the tailor as well.
As you'll remember, it's very much the, it's an area that is being afflicted at nighttime. Like, that's when it seems to come and wreak havoc. So you probably are not going to run across, anything of that description in the day, just based on the information you do have. But
it'd be nice to get more information from people in the area if we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And by your breakfast, because you did say the smith as well, Ray, you do find the weapons that were requested the night before.
Sweet. I give it a few spins.
Yeah, and it's very well weighted. Like the steel, obviously, that a king can buy is oftentimes a little bit higher quality than that you find at a everyday sort of blacksmith. Obviously, it is
not silver, though.
It is not silvered, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think for you specifically, this would be a little bit of a downgrade, simply because that falchion, that scimitar, is, seen quite a bit of travel.
Yeah.
You didn't request a weapon, did you, Nettle?
No, just arrows.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if I evidently requested that, so I can go get some if I have to.
Well, we'll say you did, and there's 40 arrows on the table as well.
And we'll assume that Wolfsbane and them has a mace or whatever she lost. Actually, she lost a holy symbol, wasn't it? So
it was, which isn't as easily rectified as a mere weapon.
Yeah, she might need to go to like a church or something. But yeah, so I suppose
I've actually written instead of the strength of 20 men, the strength of an orangutan in my notes. Because I'm so focused on the bright orange fur.
So I say we'll head down to Iron Plume. I think we're pretty sorted.
Cool. So yeah, you guys make your way through the city of Ravenscar, and it is very much a you look around. You've kind of had a lazy start to the day after having so much activity during the week and the stresses of protecting the net. You kind of taken this morning as a little bit of a bit more casually. Like you're not rushing to get anywhere quick. Being a lot more meandering through your routine, and as you're going around the town, it's very peaceful. Like you can see here, people walking by. Not a lot of dirt beggars that you find in some towns. It very much seems to be like wooden structures or cobbled structures, along with actually paved roads, which have this cobble sort of surface to them. The weather seems to have cleared up a lot better today, but it still is threatening to rain. But the overall vibe is that of pleasantness, the bustle of a city that you would imagine. And as you are walking through the streets, actually, this is quickly dashed to the side. You can hear two figures arguing at each other in the street. And as you kind of push away through the crowd to see what's going on, you see one very well-dressed individual. He's kind of got this. It's a human with this very long tailored mustache, a very pointy goatee, and he seems to be wearing all the ruffles and attire of what you just associate with a nobleman. And he seems to be shouting at an individual that is, about 18, 19, 20, that seems to be, have a lot of similarities to himself in terms of facial structure and sort of hair color. But he's a little bit more run down. He seems to be a lot more common. He's wearing very similar attire clothes, but they don't have the level of they're not as well kept, as it were. They seem to be a little bit dirty, a little bit run down. And as you are listening to a conversation, you can hear the fella who is shouting, the little boy. He's saying, "But father, it is mine by blood. You cannot deny me my inheritance? And the older man goes, yes, I can. You're my son. It's my money. I can do what I like. I'll be off with you. And at this point, the young lad draws what seems to be a rapier. It's like, I challenge you to a duel, father.
Oh shit.
If I win, I take my inheritance and over the estate. If you win, you will no longer have to worry about your disappointing son.
Here we watch on.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yep. So they then take up, they go across from each other, sort of mirroring each other's pose, and they both settle into a sort of dueling pose, and begin to trade blows very swiftly with these, with their rapiers. You can see in the first round that the young boy, well, I say the young boy, the very young lad, who has the speed and agility over his father, manages to get a very early cut that kind of traces along his forearm, and the father kind of grimaces in pain. It's like, all I want is my inheritance, father. It doesn't have to be like this. The father's kind of returns at this point. He's like, it went easy on you the first round, my son. I will not do the same in the second. And they once again twist blades. And the experience of the father proves devastating, as very quickly into the second round, you see the rapier pierce through the boy's neck. As he begins to drown on his own blood, the father takes the blade out and cleans it on his sleeve. No one seems to interrupt or get involved.
Could I... What kind of style was the combat? Is it just kind of the local...
Like fencing.
Local fencing, okay.
Yeah.
So I take it the son's dead.
He's like, yeah, very, like in the process of dying. Like, it's a very slow death, drowning on your own blood, so...
Don't do anything, I don't think. I think we maybe start moving on slowly.
Yeah, someone takes a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see, a kind of murmur go across the crowd that was watching this take place. Some of the mothers there with their children covering their eyes. And you can hear in the distance, like, the shuffle of metal as a detachment of... the town's guard coming forward, but you guys move on. Trying to not get caught up in this whatever. But as you're moving on, you can hear like a conversation happening between the guards and the individual. But it's a lot more. It's not like an arrest is going on. They're just like having a conversation about the events that have just took place.
Yeah. Shame he was a young kid, but if you start a duel, you have to be prepared to finish it. So it's his risk.
Yeah, interesting start to the day.
Yeah. Again, that's why the noble folk are very different. Status can be much more important than family. So just just be careful what you say around people. You don't. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, if you didn't say your grace yesterday, you must have dueled the king.
Yeah.
But yeah,
got off our heads.
You guys head towards like out of the gates now, more towards the Iron Plume, and you end up in this district that seems, very well, looked after. The buildings here are all crisscrossing. You do see the cobbled paved flooring of the environment around you, and you do notice towards more of the fringe areas in this sort of district, destroyed buildings, smashed up pieces of rubble, and smoke billowing from a couple of these, heaps.
Oh, that's not chimney smoke. It's been burnt down smoke, is it?
Well, on this particular map, that would be chimney smoke. But I'm just saying, in this sort of area, on the edges, there would be more actual smoke and buildings.
Yeah. Do we see anyone?
Yeah, it's not completely empty. This is just like a reference for what you are seeing. There are people walking around. You see a few people are looking at these heaps, like shifting through it, or sifting, I should say, trying to find pieces of value that have been left from the destruction.
I'm gonna go to someone who looks like they used to live here. Maybe someone's like outside our house or something like that, and just go up talking to them.
Yeah, as you do, you approach the individual who's shuffling through the rubble, and you can see it's a moderately dressed orc who's got this brown apron that sort of like hangs over the front of him, and he was like, I don't suppose you want to give us a hand?
I'm sure we can help a bit, but what we're doing is we're on official business to see what done this to this area. So we're just going around questioning see does anyone know anything?
Well, what do you want to know? I mean, if you're looking for my general store, I mean, this is what is left of it.
I'm sorry to hear that, but we're looking to see what caused the damage, and we're looking to put an end to it.
I can tell you what caused it. It was a beast about the size of a giant, wreathed in flame. Just came down from the sky and just fell through the roof, causing destruction as he went.
Did it fly or did it drop in from?
All I know is
Doesn't
it,
matter.
it just came from the sky like a meteor, destroyed my shop, moved on.
Any ideas? It must be a great summoner. Is who could summon something like this? Is there anyone who has anything against this district, capable of such things?
It's just wanton destruction. You go around to anyone here, there's just random property destruction all around the place.
No, it's terrible. Something that we can help with.
Sounds
bad. We'll do our best to try and figure out what's going on here. And sorry here about your general store.
I mean, it's a bit late now. I mean, I've lost everything already.
We are looking for health potions if you have any to sell, perchance.
He kind of looks at you with this like blank stare. He's like, "Give us a hand sifting through, and if you have anything, find anything, we can just walk then."
Go on. I can give it. I give it a quick half an hour.
Okay, who's helping him sift through?
I'll help as well.
Yeah, if you both want to roll it.
I've walked away.
Yeah, if you both want to make an investigation, then please.
I always roll terrible investigation. As always.
Yeah.
15. It's not too bad.
Like you're finding like crumpled, bits like bags of flour that have been split open, oats that are just stashed everywhere underneath a covering of dust and debris. Nothing salvageable really. You can tell this wasn't a potion store more than it was a general store. There might have been potions here at some point, but it's likely just based on the condition of the stuff that you have found that they've probably broken.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your name?
My name is Roy.
Alright, well, good luck to you, Roy. Sorry we couldn't be of much help to you.
You guys come up like through a couple of bricks off the house. You're like,
Yeah.
well,
Good luck.
good luck. And he's like, he just nods solemnly and starts muttering to himself as he continues like moving the debris off his house, or what was left of his house.
Yeah.
And before we leave, I'll walk up to him and say, sorry for your loss, mate. Here's 4 gold. It's not much, but hopefully it'll help."
And he kind of pauses before accepting it. He's like, "Thank you."
Sorry we couldn't be of more help. Hopefully we'll sort this out.
What's Nell doing this time?
Watching from the distance.
He's just like on a
waiting for
park
these two
bench.
to move on.
Seeing which building he can burn down to add to it.
I see on the map. I see like a sewer pipe, like a grating. Does that lead
Yep.
to a sewer?
Yeah, it would be more less sewer and more just drainage, if that makes sense. A lot of like irrigation systems aren't incredibly common in medieval sort of settlements.
Yeah. I don't want to go down there anyway.
Run into another dragon.
Yeah. I'll just go around asking for rumors about what people think happened. What's the going gossip?
Yeah, make a charisma check if you would like to assist Scruff.
Which check was it, sorry?
Charisma.
Oh, charisma.
It's 21.
Yeah, so you guys are like talking around, just trying to get the by the by, and you hear very much. wouldn't say conflicting stories, but like different interpretations of the same story. Like, you've heard from the aides at the castle that it was a blue being with orange fur. That gentleman there told you it was like a giant that fell from the sky on flame. And you hear stuff of the like a, an orange human with the strength of a horse. A dwarf the size of a house. That sort of stuff. Each one is a receptacle of information that kind of points you towards it being just a being of destruction. No one is really sure of where it goes to and from.
Whilst we're walking around and Uncle's talking to people, I'm going to keep an eye out for smuggler-looking dens, the sort of things that look like they'd be used as a safe house, but obviously they're made to also look like they'd blend in the environment. If it's the
I get you.
The Raven's Eye, they'd be operating out of one of these probably. They'd have to be somewhere nearby to summon it.
Yeah, make a perception check. Yeah, you're looking around this sort of environment, and you find like a couple of places that you're like, maybe, but nothing that especially sticks out. Yeah, the thing with the Raven's Eye that you're very aware of is that they often change locations quite often. It's not like a set front.
They aren't a traditional smuggling gang.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Cobalt Trout, they operated outside those warehouses, and you could have assumed that that's something that they've been doing for years. But from working with Darwin and Ivor that they tended to be on the move quite often, like, bringing very little attention to themselves and constantly being on the move to avoid that sort of, attention.
So, just to double check, sorry, this is the Crow's Tongue who they believe is doing this, not the Raven's Eye. The Raven's Eye being the cultists.
So, sorry. The Raven's Eye are doing this. The Crow's Tongue are the ones who are. That's Ivor's gang. I think when I said it, I mixed them up.
Yeah. Okay. Confused with all the bad names.
Yeah.
So it's the Raven's Eye who are the crazy cultists who we don't know much about.
Exactly. Yeah. So what's everyone doing?
I just found out that my falchion has been 1d6, but it should have been 1d8 all this time.
Oh, really? So you've been rolling it on a d6 or d8?
D6.
Is
Amazing. Handicapping himself.
Because
damn.
didn't we?
Was there a reason for that?
Because we based it off a scimitar, right? Which is is that a d6?
There's a falchion that you can.
Is it a falchion? Like, I forget, because it was either a falchion or a scimitar, and I know we was just using that stat block to represent the other. What was it that you was using? A falchion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, what is a scimitar then? Is it a d8?
Oh, sorry. Scimitar is 1d6, but then a falchion is 1d8.
Wait, there's actually a falchion. Yeah.
It's okay as long as it's based off a scimitar, so that's okay. So I'm okay with that.
Because I think falchion is actually a homebrew weapon. It's not actually something in the game.
Cool. That's good. Yeah, that's fine then.
Let me quickly just check something.
We'd have to retcon all of our fights and then go back over.
Well, I mean, you won all those fights, so I mean, there wouldn't be a lot of retconning to do.
We'd just go back and they'd be quicker.
Yeah.
People died harder.
Yeah, we'll go through that later because we can potentially like if you're not happy with your insane damage output, we could I guess take a look at that. But
more.
Yeah. You're looking at Scruff and you're like, I'm just not cutting it anymore.
I know. Yeah. It's not like he's feels like he's getting old a bit. He doesn't have any demon eyes or fucking.
Yeah.
Hexing or.
Like yeeting your weapon.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yes. What is everyone doing? Sorry.
I think we've talked to enough people. Not sure if we get much else.
That's the plan, is to just wait until the evening now, isn't it? And fight it in the night. or at least maybe not fight it, but at least watch it and try and get some information about it.
Just as it destroys people's livelihood, just writing notes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the dragon, isn't it? We don't know what we're fighting. We don't want to just go in guns blazing and then realise, oh god, we're going to die.
Cool. So you guys like hiding somewhere in particular?
I was
I
gonna
just
say,
stood in the street watching. It likes to destroy houses, right?
Yeah, from what you understand. Okay, well, place yourself on the map where you would like.
It looks like we're going to be fighting it, guys.
Yeah, I'd be having like a. I'm alright to have a short rest, sort of thing, just while we're
Yeah, absolutely.
letting the day go past.
I was
Get
going to say,
myself back.
Nettles, if you wanted to talk to some like of people in the gangs, or is that a bit too risky as well? We don't want to be getting involved.
I mean, I don't think we can try, but I don't think
Just,
we'll get much out of it.
Double check,
'Cause
Jordan.
this-
Like, yeah, wouldn't you be fully rested anyway? Because you came here after a full night's sleep.
We just woke up, basically.
Yeah.
Sorry, you muted.
Sorry, yeah. That's right. I didn't reset my spell slot, so that makes
I
sense.
see. Yeah.
What's that?
My invisibility.
Cool. Okay, are you guys trying to stay particularly hidden, or are you just kind of waiting?
Um,
I'm just chilling out in the box. I don't think we have much to wait. We're not like.
Oh wait, let me add
alright.
something. Don't let me forget this guy.
Oh god.
The MVP.
I'm gonna die. Goodbye, Squeak.
Yeah.
I'd be maybe slightly down the road and try and act like we're not together, maybe.
Okay, so just spreading out a little bit, but not like splitting up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I
just
have my.
so yeah.
Sorry.
As I say, you guys place yourself where you want, and just tell me when you're happy with your placement.
Is this where we're going to be watching from?
Well, we're just like moving, discussing that now, like where you guys want to set up your sort of overview for the
Maybe
night.
in that kind of around that well, more central.
Uncle has his shield on his left hand, and he's having the pipe in his other, and he's just like smoking a pipe and ready to go, but just like trying to look casual.
As you get out your pipe, you can see Squeak look over, and he flicks his finger where some sparks kind of like spark off and light your pipe. He's like,
"Thank you, Squeak."
"Very welcome."
Do you smoke?
You kind of see him exhale a small little bit of plumes like drift up.
Fair.
He kind of puts the tobacco directly onto his tongue, and goes from there. It's like, where do you want Squeak?
Yeah, stay by Bertram. He'll keep you safe.
Cool. We happy with our placement?
Yeah, I'm happy with mine.
I'm going to move a bit more to a wall, you know.
And all of a sudden, a creature crashes down, killing all of us. You picked the wrong locations.
So you guys are there for like a solid, like 14 hours almost, just hanging out the side of the front of the shop, waiting for it gets to the time of night where you've heard reports of it kind of appearing. Is anyone doing anything in the meantime? Like good time to like read, do some kit maintenance, maybe do some chiseling.
A little bit of playing my poisonous kit, but a lot of resting, knowing I'm going to be up in the night. I don't want to be tired because we're going to be sitting there 14 hours. Just kind of,
Yeah.
I guess, snoozing, keeping yourself relatively fresh, as fresh as you can.
I'll do a bit of carving. I'll just, I suppose I have the chessboard with me, and just to go to finish it off. So I finished one side, and the other side was a dragon, and then the other side I'll do a bronze lion. On the other side.
Yeah. So you kind of got one side that there are four sides to the board. One side actually is just the length of the dragon. Another is a pack of lions, at the head of which is a large maned figure that seems to be almost like facing the dragon. On the other side of the board, you see like various figures, like armored men, knights, that represent the company, and the other side is like kobolds, which represent obviously the forces of the dragon that is on this chiseled sort of feature on the board. And you consider it done. You have enough time in the evening to actually give it a proper varnish as well, so the differentiation of colours of the spaces is done as well.
Yeah. Got a board. Hells yeah.
Do you want to roll for your... well, actually, you just add a day's worth of thing to your list, don't you, Zach? Your poisonous kit.
Yeah.
Cool. What about you, Scruff? You doing anything?
Just pull a barrel to the side and just start playing solitaire on his own. Keeping himself busy.
Ruff is pretty chill. He just wants to gamble and sleep. That's all he wants to do.
Yeah. Do you remember? You know Twisted Fate from League.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's actually got a D&D subclass, like a semi-official one.
Oh, really?
Mm.
He's probably one of my favourite characters in League, to be honest.
Yeah. Well.
Good fun.
Yeah, I know about League of Legends. Anyway, so as we get into the evening, you guys hear a tremendous crash come from the south, and at this point, you kind of look at each other and you're like, "It's go time!" Like you don't hear that crash without it being something to do with a creature. You hear a roar permeate the sky above, and you know what time it is.
Yeah.
It's go time. If everyone would like
Go
to,
time, boys.
everyone would like to pick a click on their character and roll initiative.
Stay nearby, Squeak.
Yes.
What the fuck is that?
That's the thing you're fighting.
Yeah, just looking at it, just trying to... It is literally a gorilla with
An orangutan.
orange fur.
Yeah.
It's just a big orangutan. So how tall do we know? Well, we haven't seen it yet. So I can say how tall it is. Can we see it over the building?
No, it's not quite that big.
Should we go check it out, guys?
Yeah, and I'm like putting away my pipe slowly.
Cool. We'll start with you then, Nettle. Obviously, if you guys want to spend like skip 3 turns or whatever just to move yourself up.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. What, just jump forward to like here?
Yeah, well, yeah, just move a little bit more central, I guess.
Just so we can get ready to engage.
Cool. And we'll
Here
go
you
from
3, 2, 1, go!
yeah, we'll go from Nettle.
Charge!
As you see this large, like, as you say, gorilla-like being sort of, like, just destroying the pavement in front of it, picking up little bits of brick and throwing it into storefronts.
Yeah.
It's screaming this demonic sort of scream. You very much instantly recognize this isn't just like a regular creature. This is some sort of
Demon.
demonic entity.
We should not try and negotiate. We should just surprise it. Sounds like a plan.
Sounds the plan. On your shot. We go.
It is your turn now, just to clarify.
Yeah, I'm just...
Yeah.
Send in the meat shield first.
You got to there. I'll move out to here. And then I will just shoot it.
Go for it, roll to hit.
Is this a surprise round? Or is this normal?
It's not. This thing is very aware of like its destruction is going to cause things to want to harm it.
Okay.
That hits. 5 piercing
Nice little
damage.
donk.
That's it. And you can see your arrow hit it, and it almost seems unfazed as it like hits it into a back. It just pointing out. It doesn't even stop its rampant destruction. Scruff, it's you.
I'm going to use my item to get sacrifice hit die to get an extra movement, and then with my bonus action, I'm going to cast Hexblade's Curse on it.
Yep.
And then I am going to try and hit it with my glaive with the extra attack and Hexblade's Curse.
Okay, that just hits. Yep.
So,
Whew. That is a lot of fucking damage.
Great.
As it kind of screams in pain, actually registering the sort of blow you've just dealt to it. The creature turns towards you, You can see its eyes burning red with hatred, and it is going to, walk up to you and fucking try and slap you.
Can I take a... Actually, no, ignore me.
Yeah, if it was like 15 foot away, you would have been able to do your reaction, but I think because it's already within that area, it doesn't work, if that makes sense.
No,
And he's just gonna bring both his fists down on you, and then and it's gonna try and bite you with its large, elongated teeth.
Can I cast shield before it attempts?
Yes, you can. What's your AC with shield?
Yeah, it's a 21 in total.
Cool. So the only thing it gets you with, but it brings both of its fists down with his spectral shield. Or actually, what does the shield look like when you cast it?
Just this kind of dark, misty shroud just appearing in front of me like a digital haze.
So yeah, this you see the shadows coalesce in front of Scruff as it brings its fist down, seemingly stopping it straight on it. It makes a physical clanging sound, almost like it hits some arcane force. And then it quickly, enraged, strikes once more with its bite this time, and it does manages to go through this fist in its this shield in its anger, dealing 9 piercing damage. It is now Squeak, and he kind of turns to you, Uncle. He's like, "What Squeak do?"
Can you fire it? Set on fire.
Squeak can do. And you see Squeak run up to here, and he's gonna launch a plume of flame from his hand, which unfortunately misses, as it kind of just goes into the air, lighting up the area very briefly. It is now your turn, Uncle.
So I'm just gonna try and run, get into the fight. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna dash, and dash can get me to, 35 times 2. Yeah, you can get me to there. So I'll just run there, and I go and I prepare my attack. Then just hold my attack. Sorry, with my sword and shield out.
Cool. Are you preparing to like slash it? I take it.
Yeah.
That's all you.
Yeah, let me just double check one thing. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to have Bertram charge. Just make sure I can. Go to here and charge. So that uses my extra action to have him charge.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to roll. Yeah, so I move to here and use more.
That hits.
So target must succeed on a strength saving throw against your spell save DC.
And that's 13, right?
Yeah.
Jesus, okay. I rolled very terribly and it fails, so this fucking massive
down.
gorilla falls down, almost like when you see a corgi jump at a full-grown man, but somehow takes it down.
So 1d8 plus 4 plus 1d6.
So,
oh god,
7 damage.
slashing damage. But he's prone.
Oh, he's prone. Okay.
I wanted, yeah.
So that means you get advantage now, John.
So is that just for one turn, or does he have to make like a strength save every single turn? Is it like a he's being pinned and they're in a strength contest now, or is it just he's knocked prone?
I think it's just knocked prone because it's not like he's holding him down. It's almost like he's running and jumping at him.
Yeah, so does it mean he misses his next turn, or does he has to spend his turn getting up?
Yeah, exactly, he's just getting up, so that means he uses half his movement that turn.
Yeah.
And you all get advantage that turn as well from whoever goes after you.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to...
Well, I say that. People with melee weapons, because he's prone, you're going to have a difficult time shooting him now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to use my action to pull out my dagger of venom and coat it.
Okay. Okay, I'll quickly read that small novella that you posted in the chat. Nice. Okay.
I'll get rid of the small light stuff. You don't need the bits at the bottom, finesse, light, and thrown.
No, it's good. If I'm only joking. Like if you need it there or want it there, it's fine. I know.
No, it's just for reference.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, just like pull the dagger out and from the handle, this black poison kind of seeps around the blade.
So yeah, cool. How do you wield it? Do you karambit it? Sort of like out the bottom or out the top? What kind of man are you? What kind of how roguish are you really? How edgelord?
Not that edgy. I'm just holding like a normal dagger for now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also going to move a little bit. Let me just...
Don't go too far.
Just position myself like here between me and Squeak.
Yeah.
Keep my boy safe.
It is now your turn, John. Finish him. You're 40 damage.
Yeah, too much.
Right, I'm going to sacrifice a hit dice to do an extra damage. Before, I'm going to cast Hex on him to use my last spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I'm going to... Because I've got advantage, haven't I? Sorry.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to use Great Weapon Master on it as well. And try and hit it.
Okay. Unfortunately, you miss.
Cool. Then I am just going to run for my life.
Okay. He does still get an attack on you if you run. Just because he's prone.
If he's prone.
Even if he's prone.
Oh shit.
This is with disadvantage though, I believe, because he's prone. And I believe that hits, unfortunately. So you take 11 damage as he kind of like sweeps at your leg, like almost breaking it from the side with his large blue fist. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's me done.
Okay, you can kind of see him grin to himself at this point in this demonic sort of twisted smile. As he places one of his arms on the ground, you can see it flash. And in between you, Squeak, and Nettle, you can see almost like a pentagram be drawn on the floor with this fiery almost text starting to fill in from the middle and like expand outwards. Eventually, you can see almost a gateway appear as crawling out from the ground, another Balgura reaches this plane of existence.
Oh fuck. Panic Constitution save.
Yeah. The one
I just did that for the because he hit me and I'm concentrating.
Yeah, the one next to Bertram is going to get up and he's going to hit him 3 times. His AC is 13, right?
15.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Okay, he only hits him once. And he does 9 damage as he kind of punches him in the side. You see bits of stone and twigs kind of fly off Bertram's astral form. The one behind you, Nettle, is going to attempt to attack you. That hits. You take 11 damage. It's also going to punch you, Scruff. Are you shielding? Are you staying as...
No, I've got to stay as I am.
Okay. That's going to hit. Just to double check.
Down.
Oh, wait, no, you're AC 16.
Yeah.
So you got a Ring of Protection. It doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. It manages to like, it's almost like a full force punch, but for some reason this small aura appears off you and just glances it ever so slightly, destroying the building to your left. Frustrated by this, he's going to go for another attack on you with a bite. This one unfortunately does hit, and he is going to do 8 damage to you. As you can feel his large fangs kind of pierce you from either side. And it is now Squeak's turn. He is fucking shitting himself, and he is going to again once more like concentrate on this small ball of fire in between his scaly palms, and then unleash it like a great torrential flame from within. He is going to hit with only one of those, unfortunately, but he does do a solid 14 damage to this beast in front of him as he wreaths it in flame. And this
I've
thing,
seen him hit something. So
yeah, that literally, even when before you guys recruited him, he wasn't hitting anything in that cabin. But it is now back to you, Uncle.
Uncle's gonna run in here and from the opposite side of the bathroom and just slash down with his falchion.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm going to try for a trip attack. So let me just get that into the chat here. $16 to hit.
And this Balgura apparently has a bad knee because he goes back down on the floor.
Sorry, and then +8 as well. So D8. So that is 16 damage.
Yeah, this one's not looking great at this moment in time. 16, so that's...
If he's not looking too great, I'm going to go for another attack then.
Okay.
Yeah, good to go. So yeah, so I'm going to use my action surge.
Yep.
And just give another slash down.
And now you get advantage as well because he's tripped.
Sweet.
I knew you already did because you kind of fucked him with Bertram. Yeah, he's like within an inch of his life. He's screaming at you in some sort of demonic tongue. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I spit on his face and then I end up.
And even though he's lying down prone, his head is probably the size of your body.
Yeah.
Is now you, Nettle.
I will cast Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
Good old faithful.
Yep.
And then I will attack with advantage on this guy then. This guy right next to me, my Zephyr Strike.
Yep. Well, it'd be a standard hit, right, with Zephyr Strike.
No, it gets me on my attack. On my first attack, you can give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll with part of Zephyr Strike.
Is it just any attack roll? Wow, it is.
Literally,
Oh my god, I thought it was just a ranged attack, because that's the only way you use it. Oh my god.
You don't have to be a ranger to use this guy. And I'm
Bro.
attacking my Dagger of Venom as well.
I really
Yeah.
want Zephyr Strike, like that's why I
A crit. A crit.
Okay,
Unreal.
okay, so...
And because it's got the poison coating, it does an extra 2d10 damage if he doesn't make a
No, it
15
makes...
con save.
It makes, I think, another 4d10, because it does hit. That is on a crit.
Holy fuck. But he's got to make a DC... He has to fail a DC 15 con save, though. For the poison damage.
He makes
Otherwise,
it, he makes it, thank god.
Oh, that's so sad. Look how much damage you've taken.
He only takes 6 damage instead of, 27. That's so... Oh my god, that's so peak.
That's insane.
Oh.
And as well, with the poisoned, he apparently... I don't know if he's demon, so is he immune to poison, this guy?
You wouldn't know.
Okay, but yeah, well, if he's poisoned, he has disadvantage on all attack rolls for a minute.
So there's no... It's not
That'd have been
half
so damn good.
poison or anything, it's just no poison, is it?
What's that?
No, he doesn't. If you pass the con save, you don't get anything.
So it's just 12 damage.
Yeah.
That's still good. It's still a good hit.
No, it's only... is it?
And I get
is it
my
12?
extra force damage.
No,
from
it's
Zephyr
only
Strike as well.
6. It is only 6.
It's a crit though.
Yeah, but he got
Yeah,
5
but they
plus
rolled
1.
twice. I hit a nat 1, and then the extra 1d4 was a nat 1 as well. I had 2 nat 1s.
Yeah, so the
Well.
rolls on the right side, Ray, are just strictly the poison rolls.
Oh, sorry.
And I had some pretty bad rolls.
I mean, that's...
3 1s. 3 1s.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all on a d10 or one's not great. but 1d4.
yeah.
I get 1 extra 1d8 as well. Force
yeah, of
damage. So
Of
an
course.
extra, so 9 damage. It's not awful for a dagger.
Yep. And now it is you, Scruff.
That's the most disappointing. My first crit.
Bro, that was that would have fucked up someone really bad.
Yeah, that would have been so solid.
Can I circle him? Can I get past that little bit gap there? Or is that too slim?
I would say that's a bit slim.
Do we have advantage here? Well, if my turn's not over yet, can I just move slightly over?
Yeah, I mean you can.
I'll
I mean
move
that's
back.
meta as fuck, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's meta as fuck. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put myself in between me and Squeak. No shame. Now my turn's over.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. And then I'll sacrifice a hit dice to try and do an extra attack.
Okay. You wait.
I'm not going to use.
Yeah.
Not
That was so
much
disappointing. It was like advantage. I super my weapon attack, and then yeah, fuck.
You
That-
never hit with Great
that
Weapons
hits.
Master yet, I don't think.
Yeah, this guy is.
19.
This guy is still alive, but he is.
He would be dead if I
Oh,
he didn't,
no, he's
didn't
not.
pass my poison.
And then as my bonus action, I will try and use Great Weapon on my glaive end.
Okay.
I'll finish him off.
That hits.
Yes.
What? Is that right? Plus 12.
Yeah, because it's a great weapon. Plus, I get +1 because
Oh,
of
of
my glaive
course,
iron,
yeah.
and +1 because of improved pack weapon. Yeah.
16 damage rolling a 1.
No, he's rolling a d4 for that, by the way.
I know.
But I get great weapon on it. Which
Yeah,
That's just
That
disgusting.
was actually, oh god, never mind.
That's the most
That's literally the
vile
lowest
thing.
damage you can do with hitting that.
as well.
16 minimum. That's insane. At level 4.
No, you have missed every other time with it, to be fair, but
Yeah, literally.
Yeah,
When
when
it
it comes through, it does come through.
yeah.
And then, yeah.
Okay. And he's gonna try and return the favor. That hits. As he punches you with one great big fist. That's 11 damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
He's gonna go and punch you, Zach. Well, that's a crit. So you take 24 damage. Could you
I'm
please
down.
make a con save?
I'd lose a hand as well.
No, you made the con save. So what does your Bertram stay up if you're unconscious?
Yeah, Bertram stays up. It says, let me read the description for you. In fact, I'll link it. But there is a point, there is mentioned that.
Yeah.
If you're incapacitated, the beast can take any action of its choice, not just dodge.
That's cool.
So I can just basically carry on attacking with Bertram as whatever.
Yeah. Cool. And since you're both down, it's going to go over to Squeak, and it's going to do its last attack on him. That hits.
He's gonna die.
Okay, that's 12 damage. So he's looking a bit mincy at the moment. Now to the other Balgora. This one's going to try and punch Bertram. That hits. Does 9 damage. It's going to punch him again. That hits. And that's going to be 6 damage. Is he still up? Wow.
Leave Bertram alone, man.
And he's going to go to bite him. That's in that one. Fuck. Okay.
Yes! Yes!
Squeak is going to use... You're going to see from his hand, he's going to exhale the smoke over the Balgora ray. Invoking it to make a dex save. Sorry, a dex save? A con save. Which it does, unfortunately. Oh, poor Squeak. Uncle, it's you.
I'm just going to go and try and finish off this one, so I'm going to just slash at this one. It's still prone, is it?
No, it would have gotten up.
So, yeah, I might try to go for another trip attack, and I still have advantage, so that's 23.
That hits.
So, 8 slashing.
How do you want to do this?
I was going for a trip attack, so I'm just going to go, as it gets back up again, I'm just going to drive my sword into the back of its thigh and then slash down.
Nice.
And then, as it falls, I'm going to give it, a punch. But the punch doesn't do anything, obviously.
Yeah, just slap it, open palm.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I'm going to cheese it over here. I can only get to here. And there's not much else I can do. Let me just look. And I shout at that thing to come at me.
Okay, so now we have your turn. No, it's not, is it? Yes, it is your turn, Zach.
Sorry, because he killed that, I think I get healed. Because if the cursed target dies, you regain hit points equal to your war level.
All effects go down when you go unconscious.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That's why I was clarifying that with Zach, because typically his beast would go down if he was like a summoner, for example.
Fair play.
No,
Otherwise, that would be broken as fuck.
Yeah, Bertram is going to charge.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
That hits.
24, nice.
When
they're prone,
strength saving throw. Sorry, to not go prone.
He makes the saving throw, but he does not survive the onslaught from the mauling.
Oof.
How do you want to do this?
Bertram's just going to like jump up on him, attempt to protect Nettle, like just full on jump and maul him. Rip
Well,
his throat
Bertram,
out.
fucking MVP this fight.
Yeah, Bertram
Yeah,
came
he
through.
did very well. Yeah.
Like, he's usually fucking useless. Like a meat shield. Okay,
Yeah.
I will also specify, even though they are down, we're still going to go in turn order because there's death saving throws to do and all that good stuff. So it is now.
So, can Squeak or Bertram, out of curiosity, can they actually help with this, or is it like out of their element a bit?
Yeah, they can try, but I mean, you know what? Squeak's actually proficient in medicine. Actually, Zach.
Yes, my boy.
He's got a +1
Boy. Nice.
with his proficiency. Yeah, and he's actually going to try and stabilize you. Okay, yeah, he stabilizes you. Squeak manages to do that.
So I'm chilling.
Uncle, it's you.
I'm gonna run up and try to. First, I'll try stabilizing.
Scruff.
Scruff. Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Make a medicine roll for us. And he's stable.
What happens to the corpses of the Balgors? Did they like disappear?
Well,
Are they gone back to demonic realms, or are their corpses still there?
I'm glad you asked, because as you look over at the Balgors, you see their skin almost like a melting. You can see their fur dropping off in droves and turning into this black sludge as the entire body sort of like fast forward decomposes in front of you into this almost black liquid.
I'll like take a vial of it, a tube of it, just to show.
Do you have a vial?
I have something. I think. Let me check it.
Empty your little water can, or can't we call them?
My water skin.
This is where he accidentally forgets that he's put that in there, drinks it, and then dies a session from now.
Yeah.
So when me and Scruff are stable, we're still unconscious, but we're
Exactly.
not dying.
Exactly.
We're just lying on the floor, and Uncle's fucked off.
Yeah. I thought I would have had something, but I don't. It's all good. So I'm going to ask for. Oh, actually, I'm going to put Nettles onto Bertrude, onto his back, and then I'm gonna actually would both of them be able to fit? Bertrude's pretty stocky. He's strong.
Big boy.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put both of them onto Bertrude's back, and I'm gonna take them towards the castle somewhere safe.
Okay. And as you're making your way, sort of in that direction, you find yourself stopped by a fella who seems to be blocking your way. Like, you're going through this narrow street, and he's there, just kind of smoking on a cigarette. He turns to you and he's like, "Well, what do we have here?"
Mind your own business.
You know what? I think I won't. And he flicks the cigarette over at you. Let's see if it hits you. No, it doesn't.
It goes on 1 HP and goes down.
And you are?
Mind your own business.
I thought you were minding. I thought you weren't.
He's like,
mind.
I'm just a concerned neighbour, is all. The name's Darwin, and he goes to shake your hand.
Can I insight check it? Well, just check, see what I think. Is he gonna try and like punch or poison me, or would I be able to check that?
Yeah, go for it. Like, insight check.
14.
Let's see. Yeah, you get the impression that this is very weird. Most people are now currently hiding for their lives just based on the combat, and this guy is just out of nowhere seems to have come up to you and started talking to you about this very in a very casual manner, considering the events that have just transpired.
It's nice to meet you, but I must go. My friends here need help, and I push past them with Bertrude.
And he kind of stops you at this point. He's like, "No, I don't think so, mate. I don't think so. You're gonna stay right there, and you're gonna do what I say. You're gonna do what I say. In fact, unless you want your mates here to, die a very painful death."
Where is Bertrude? I pushed Bertrude to go back a bit, just to step back.
Yep.
Would Bertru do that for me? Would he step like 20 foot
Yeah.
away? And then I'm going to use my pauldron, thunder wave, and I'm just going to like slash it and say, "Get out of my
Okay.
way!" As I'm going to have this thing roar out.
And you see him like withstand the blast as it does roar. He does obviously, if you want to roll damage, he does take half that still.
12.
Still a big hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And I take out my sword and my shield and tell him to step away.
You know what?
Hopefully the explosion will attract some guards as well.
I don't think you're very polite, my friend. You see, I have a little bit of business with that fella there, and he points to Nettle, who's on the back of Bertram, sorry. And
He's part of the Bronze Company now. Whatever you knew as before is gone.
No, I don't think that's true. I mean, once you work with either, you always belong to either.
I don't care about Ivor and his business.
And
I'll step away.
And just to clarify once more, this is a human. He seems to be a little bit stocky, but in like a well-built sort of way, like think strongman. He's got like this long, slick, almost greasy black hair that drips to his shoulders, and he wears this cloak with this sort of furred collar. You can see this very well-made bow in his hand, very elaborately made, with this great detailing that you've not really seen or come across before. And he kind of is just got that slung over his shoulder. He says, "Look, mate, you're either going to do what I say, or you're going to have to pick this up with my mate."
We can speak to you. We can set up a meeting for tomorrow if you like, but let me go now.
You're really trying to set up a meeting?
I just say, just leave me by. I said, move, let me by.
No, I don't think I will. I think Ivor would be very displeased with me if I didn't
Ivor's
get.
here, is he?
No, he's not. But I'm gonna go see him once I've had a talk with him over there, Aetherius.
I have my sword and my shield out, and I point my sword up towards him. It's like, not now.
Okay, so as you do, what's your AC again?
21.
21. Okay, bear with me. Okay, sorry, bear with me, because this is new to me. As you do, you hear a loud bang come from one of the rooftops, and your sword is shot out of your hand, seemingly instantly. And as you look up in that direction, you see a cloaked figure, 8 glowing red eyes glaring from under the hood. Darwin, at this point, turns up, waves at the figure, and is like, "Thanks, mate." Turns back to you and is like, "As I said, you're going to have to speak to him if you don't let me speak to my mate."
Oh, that's the Arachnid, is it? Heard a lot about him.
Well, I'm not really too sure what his name is. He doesn't really speak much. I believe he has a few things of yours. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, anyway, I'm done having this conversation, mate. Unless you want to get flat out killed, I mean, you'll let me take him there.
You're not taking him, but let's go speak to this Arachnid.
So you want to speak to the Arachnid?
Was that not what he wanted? Sorry.
No, he's like, no. I don't think you understand. He works for me.
Yeah.
I want to take Aetherius and fuck off. And as he says Aetherius, he's pointing at Nettle.
Yeah.
Now, I think this is pretty much your last chance, mate. Unless you want to come with me. Lay down your sword. I mean, you've already done that, technically. I mean, throw your shield down and I might spare you as well.
No. And I'm... Oh, I don't know what to do. You do know we have the King's favour as well, by the way. He's part of the company.
I don't give two shits whose favour you got. I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. He doesn't have more sway than either, I can tell you that much.
I don't know what to do. I've already tried attacking him like twice and it hasn't worked, so I don't really know what else I could do. I can't just let him take nettles though. That's...
Yeah, no. Yeah, have a little think. He's like, look, the way I see it, I've got no palaver with you, mate. I just need to speak to him. I see he's cold out at the minute, and he, did us a real favour there, taking up the Ravenscar little goon that he had, destroying the establishment or whatever. But as I was like sitting back, watching it all take place, I did notice that was Aetherius, and Ivor very much would like to speak to Aetherius. I mean, he owes Ivor a lot of money.
Well, if it's just money is something we can sort.
No, not this sort of money, my friend. He owes a lot of money.
I don't know what to do. I'm going to cast Thunderwave one more time, and then I'm going to tell Bertrude to
run.
Cheese it. Yeah.
Okay.
So let me check here. Sorry. I just need to read Thunderwave again.
No worries. I'm just gonna read.
Bertram's pretty fast. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Uncle's pretty fast as well. So. So I'm gonna cast it at. I only used one charge, so I'll use
this time.
3 charges.
You see the fella fall backwards. The bow that he had slung very lazily over his shoulder falls off as he is flung 10 foot in the other direction.
And that's 19 damage. Oh yeah, I'm gonna grab the bow and I'm gonna leg it with Bertrude, and we're gonna leg it the opposite direction.
Okay, bear with me.
That wasn't metagamey at all.
No, not at all. What's your AC? What's your AC?
21.
Okay.
21. I still have my shield in my hand. I just don't have my sword out.
Yeah. Okay, and are you dashing, to clarify, or are you like dodging and running? Because dodging means I have disadvantage.
I'm just dashing, like sprinting. So like I have the mobile feet, so I do have a thing as well. If you're dashing, difficult terrain.
Oh, okay. Well, I actually have disadvantage anyway, so bear with me.
Yeah. So while I'm dashing, I can move. Even like say if there's like rubble or anything, I can still cheese it. Uncle's gotten fast.
So only one. Like you hear a series of loud bangs come from the rooftop. 6 to be specific. Only one of them hits you, and you take. You take 16 damage.
Yeah.
And as you do, you have an overwhelming sort of pain just jolt into your head. Suddenly you start hearing the screeches of cats, and you feel the pain almost as if they've just clawed at you creep up your body. And only one of those hit you, just to clarify as well, and you take 16 points of damage. Wait, no, sorry, not 16, you take... and add another 5 on that, 21 total. And only one of those shots hit you.
Yeah.
As you look back, dashing with, Nettle and Scruff on the back of Bertram, you look back and you see this figure
following along.
Yeah, you see this cloaked figure looking at you with these red eyes. Darwin sort of gets to his feet, and I think that's where we're going to end today's session.
Did we get away, or we have to wait till next week?
Seemingly. Like, Darwin was knocked prone, you guys are dashing, it's going to be very hard for them to catch up.
Yeah.
But yeah, good session today, lads.
Yeah, that was good. That was stressful, that's it. I didn't know what to do at all.
Yeah, I was not expecting that scenario you to enter that scenario with that sort of 2 people down, If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Would have been a different story if I hit that poison damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would have been.
Yeah.
I was also hoping, the fact that I wear a mask a lot, that we'd be able to get further ahead with dealing with Ryan before they knew who it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seemingly, that's not the case. And I think just from that previous conversation, you now finally realise that Arachnid was never after Annette in the first place.
No.
Yeah.
I'm happy he is real, though. And I wasn't crazy reading all those children's books.
Yeah. Man.
And he has guns, which is pretty crazy. Rifles, it sounds like.
He's, I know, obviously, Netta would know this, but he's an artificer class, is he then? Or is that the way Arachnid is?
You
He's
wouldn't
got
know
guns
that.
and, like, traps like that.
You saw... I would say at most, like, all you've seen is a cloaked figure with eyes. Do you want to see his token?
Yeah. Were you expecting us to fight him tonight, I guess?
No, I wasn't. Like, I thought, like, as I say, one shot hit you today, and it did 16 points of damage. If you would have stayed to try and fight him, I would have been shocked.
Yeah. I was actually half expecting this to end up with, like, Uncle getting just straight up killed. I was like, he's not backing down. I was kind of like, you kind of just got to get up.
I shouldn't really say stuff like this, but you're very lucky that you only took 16 points of damage. It's 4d10 plus 5.
Holy fuck.
Okay, yeah.
I rolled a 1, a 3, a 4, and an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you also said add an extra 5, I thought Ray was going to go, yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. No, I actually didn't take a hit, otherwise.
Oh, wait. Roll a con save, Ray.
Con save.
Sorry for talking, Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't take a... Bro, it's been like fucking... I can't wait till you're a little bit higher level so grievous wounds aren't so like everywhere, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I like them being a threat, but I think at the minute there's a little bit too common. Luckily, the DC, I think, is a good job that we lowered it.
How does the grievous wounds work again in terms of what injury you take? Then you just roll from a table.
So I have a damage table that, depending on the damage type that the attack that hit you, you will have a different set of wounds. And then you roll a d20 on that table that, depending on the result, will, be an equivalent wound. For example, if you got hit by bludgeoning damage and you rolled a 20, which is like, great, you only get a broken nose because it's a grievous wound. But if you rolled a 1, like, that would be like your hand, all the bones in like your hand or something are smashed to smithereens to the point that it needs amputating.
Yeah.
So there's a variance there. So it can like slashing damage. It can be this, like, from losing a limb to just getting a small minor scar, a nick on your body, depending on the roll afterwards. So yeah, there's a huge variety of what can happen.
But somehow we passed literally every single grievous wound check.
Well, besides that one with sparkles, but that was, I think, super unlucky.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of, actually. Well, no, not speaking of, because it's nothing to do with sparkles, but inspiration. Who gets it today?
Ray, for that last
Ray.
little scene. I think Blaggin is somehow getting out of that almost impossible scene.
Can we pencil in a meeting for tomorrow, actually? I'm a little busy right now. But that was good. I feel like those situations definitely, especially because you haven't encountered too many, you don't really know how to, go about them, because it's like, you don't know how far you can really... In a world where you're not aware of stat blocks and it's just people, you're not aware who is strong and who isn't, especially when it comes to humanoid characters, because it can be from, like, a literal peasant to, like, someone like you, effectively. But yeah, very good session today, guys. Feedback.
Yeah, good chat.
And the only thing was, I think it's started off too slow. Just for everyone getting into the headspace of it, I think it took an hour for us to actually get in.
But I think that wasn't really like a DM problem, was it? It was just one of those days, I guess.
We're just kind of...
That is something I was actually going to say myself, is that, just making sure everyone's at the session on time. I know we started a little late today. We started at about past, and I know that wasn't strictly all of you. That was also, Ash as well. But, just making sure we're all at the session at the same time. I know, obviously, mistakes happen. You said, Ray, that you thought it was going to be at 30 today. 3:30 today, instead of 2. But yeah, just being a bit more aware of that moving forward, I guess.
Yeah, because it does take a while for things to ramp up, and like we had to explain it a few times to Ash, because she missed out on a few sessions, and that always
Yeah.
kind of slows down as well.
Yeah, 100%.
But
I had a lot of fun though. I think this is probably, if I'm being honest, the end of escort missions. I do love them. I feel like they have a place in every campaign. But for me personally, I feel like they are very slow paced just by inherently from the nature of the mission, which I want to get away from. So that's why I had to add like dungeons in the middle and shit.
Yeah, I see what you were saying. Because it ends up being like a 2 or 3 session job, doesn't it?
And you're effectively just, you know, keeping
limited
watch
what
every
you can
night.
do,
Instead of actually doing anything
and
cool.
then you can't go check anything out. 'Cause you're like, well, we've got to get this person or this thing there ASAP. We can't go have a look at this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't kill that dragon. We have to take this princess to our castle.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I feel like everyone played well today. I think everyone had a good decision. Made good decisions, sorry.
The arachnid was the landmines and stuff was kind of a bit crazy as well, though.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out what actually worked with him.
No, yeah, and I think that was a really insightful, you know, or very well made decision on Jordan's behalf, because he's like, clearly, you know, we're not going to be able to, you know, just. Well, to be fair, you guys were very close to dismantling them, but like you guys, when it didn't go your way, you were taking insane amounts of damage, and it was like, okay, someone's gonna lose a limb if we keep trying to dismantle them, so just kind of just lob them to the side real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking, you were very close to actually meeting the spider in the night, actually, as he was taking your stuff.
Oh, really? It's a good perception roll, was it?
Yeah, Zach rolled a 21, which was just below what you needed.
Oh, you needed a really good one.
So you managed to get through unscathed.
I mean, based on what just happened to Ray, I don't think it would have been necessarily a good thing if we did catch him in the act.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we'd have been worse off by discovering him there.
It would have been interesting to see how you moved around that, because that is something that I am interested to see how you react, is like just around a character that you know you can't beat. Like you did that with the dragon, but obviously that was a very isolated event.
Yeah.
So
leave there, and that was it.
and to be
Not
fair,
someone who's hunting us.
like I say you can't beat. You could very well beat him. It's just, you know, the sort of thing where
there's a good chance someone's going to die.
Yeah, I don't know how to exactly phrase it. I wouldn't put definitely die, but like he's definitely above he's a power level above you at the minute. But you can definitely, like, I've seen it in the past of players just managing to just astronomically beat insane odds, and you guys have done that fairly often. To be honest, I think
it'll be one of those ones where everyone's just rolling crits and he's just rolling absolute garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
He set up this like incredibly hard fight, and it just the rolls just they fuck you.
He's a tanky motherfucker, though. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, sorry. Feedback. We obviously said about you know, people being here on time. But what is you guys got any feedback for me?
No, I think it was all good. I'm trying to think what else was there.
No, yeah. Once we arrived to the capital, it was good. It was like a bit monotonous getting through the
traveling,
roll through the days bits. The boat was like a nice little mix up to that. That was also the worst like surrender attempt I've ever heard. We threw his weapons down and went. I didn't realise it would be hard.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I thought it'd be really easy to kill you. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have blamed you for, you know, fucking
shooting. It was like, wow,
I'm
really selling it. Like, you're a good bloke.
Cool. But yeah, okay. I guess before we head off for next week, what would work best for everyone? What day?
I don't think I can do next week at all.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm going to Plymouth with my brother to see my stepsister. Be back Sunday, but like probably not till late. If I'm back, depending on what time I'm back, I might just come in and listen.
Yeah.
But I mean, don't plan around me because I can't guarantee I'll be back. So just whatever's best for everyone else.
I'm working both earlies next weekend, so I can only do it if it's kind of in the afternoon. But if it's a case of me missing one, I'm happy to miss one.
Yeah, so Saturday evening or Sunday evening, either is good for me. I don't mind. So ideally Saturday evening.
If that's the case, I'll go away and find out what Charlotte's working and put it in the chat tonight, just so we have some sort of, you know, time frame a little bit earlier on today. I think that there will at least be one evening free if you're both available the other 2 evenings. Ray, I know it's not it's absolutely not anything to do with you whatsoever.
Mm.
But if you give your friend Kieran a shout, is it Kieran?
Kieran. It's
Kieran.
Irish version. Yeah.
Yeah, a shout just to see where he's at, because like I don't think he has taken into account how long it actually takes just to get through the character creation process. And I'm on holiday next week.
Yeah. So I said I'll give him a call to go through it. So I said I'll just give him a call and we'll just run through all the options, and I can help him set up his Roll20 sheet as well, so I can do all that with him.
Cool.
Jack, is it the weekend after next that you're like? There's a certain it has to be the Sunday, is it?
Yes, that's correct.
Has to be the Sunday. Okay, that's fine. That works better. I thought it was the other way around. It had to be the Saturday, but no, if it has to be Sunday, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat, so it's whatever. That was what I put down. Blah, blah, blah.
And the week after, then I think that is when I have it's called the Siege of Limerick. It's just like 30 metal bands are playing in, and they start at like 3 o'clock, and that goes on all night or whatever. So if it's
Where's that? What's
It's in Siege of Limerick. It's in Limerick in Ireland. So
Oh, fair.
yeah,
That's
they
fine.
have, yeah, it's gonna be good. So I can do either Saturday morning or Sunday evening that week.
You put Saturday 23rd early session that week as well, because you'll not be around the Sunday.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah,
right. So
perfect.
it's the.
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Zach? Because I know you just said.
Yeah, I
opposite.
mean, I can do either day. It was just early Saturday would be better.
Yeah,
Because Ryan's back from America that week, so I'm going out.
Right.
I'm going London Friday, and then Saturday we're going out for drinks as well.
yeah, because
If either of
Sunday
you two want to come.
it is the first time that Charlotte's grandparents, they are in Spain. They live in Spain, and they're coming over.
Yeah.
So like, it's the first time I'm going to be seeing Lily, so I really can't miss that as a.
Yeah, fair enough.
First time they're going to meet me as well.
Play
So
D&D with my friends. So
yeah, nice meeting you, but priority.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. But yeah, sorry. Any other feedback from you guys? I know you said slow start, and that is something that I will try and move around.
And the last situation is pretty tough though, when you're kind of surrounded by like enemies that are tougher than you, and it is just like I felt a bit forced. I didn't know what to do, but I think I made the right decision by running.
No, 100%. And I feel like that this is the thing, and I think the point that I'm trying to get across in encounters like that. Sometimes, a lot of players when they play D&D, they try and like brute force every solution. Like they don't think their character's invincible. It's like, if I don't fight this thing, like that's what I need to do. I need to fight this thing. That's the only solution.
Yeah.
There are ways around that. Like you could have tried to negotiate with the guy. You could have tried to run away. I think that was probably the best decision that you could have made in that scenario. But it's similar to coming across a dragon, and when you're not expecting it. Like you have to take those situations as they are. Kind of think on your feet, and I think you did very well given the circumstances. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much about it. But it is something that from time to time you will encounter. But as you've seen in the campaign thus far, they're not super common. You just live in a living, breathing world, and you will come across these scenarios from time to time. But yeah, pretty much 9 times out of 10, you guys are going to be the baddest kids on the block. So
That's it. Yeah.
Mm.
You do.
Cool.
Just wait till we're level 20 in 4 years' time.
And we'll go and we'll slaughter all of these families.
Then we'll see who's telling who what to do.
So if you guys don't want to level yourself to level 5
Really?
Hang it.
as a last thing, if everyone wants to roll HP.
I feel like this came around quicker than level 4 did. We were begging for that level 4.
I thought you were joking there, but it's real. It's happening.
No, yeah.
2 attacks.
It's happening.
Wow,
Nice.
It's because we
that's
killed our
nice.
first demons.
So it's just roll a hit dice, isn't it?
Yeah, roll a hit dice, and obviously you both get, I think, 2 attacks now.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
That's good for
Jordan
me.
does as well if he takes a
Why have you guys
specific
got plus
evocation.
I will
3 than
indeed.
yours?
Yep. Because they've
Mine
got
misses
con
the-
modifiers, which you don't.
Oh yeah, because my life sucks.
I'm happy with 7 anyway. That's good. That's being turned.
Is this like leveling up in other RPG games where you instantly get full HP
No, it's
and
not,
you're back
unfortunately.
to being alive?
Technically, you don't level up until you take a long rest, but I assume that's what you're going to do immediately after.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd hope so.
No, I'm going to go back and fight the spider now
Yeah.
that I've got fucking 7 more HP.
So I get a second attack. What else do I get? My proficiency bonus goes to +3. Oh, it automatically does it. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh
And
god,
extra
those
attack.
proficiency upgrades. Like, fucking,
They're quite fat.
that is fat.
I don't think I get any. Where'd you put your level actually?
It's in the top right on the...
You may have to click the like cog for it to
Oh, yeah.
change between
Yeah.
two.
Oh yeah, Ray's still level 3 in his fucking thing. I think that was the same as. Oh, actually no, Ash was just level 3. She hadn't leveled herself up. I don't think.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are getting a bit dirty now. Obviously, Jordan, if Holly wants to level herself up before next session, just get her to roll her hit die in the chat, just so we have a log of it, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's good.
And I will. Yeah, sorry.
Before you go, I just want to double check something. On the brace of the lunar eclipse,
Yep.
it says it fills you with courage. Does that actually do anything?
No, it's just a flavor thing. Like you're just
Okay.
you're just a courageous person because you're wearing.
It's not like, in a situation where like there's, I don't know, like a fear thing.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's not the
I'm
case.
like immune to it. Sorry, I didn't mean to link that.
No, I'm
Okay.
thinking like brave, so it's like you have advantage again.
Yeah, I was thinking it might do something like that.
Yeah, but maybe no.
Mhm. Cool.
No, awesome.
Who asked for a level up earlier? Was that you,
I
Ray?
did.
Yeah.
That was a joke. I didn't
Yeah.
think it was gonna be this close. So.
No, you guys did like 3 quests. 'Cause you did this, the dragon, and the escort mission. So it's about due.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though we kind of half completed the dragon one. We didn't really solve that problem. We kind of probably actually made things worse and then left.
Well, maybe. I mean,
we brought
you
them
didn't
stuff.
stick around to find out.
We'll come back to Timberstrom being ashes in the ground and that Ed Sheeran song from The Hobbit playing in the background.
Yeah, it's
Don't
a bad
worry, we're not
place
going
to
for
live,
Tinder.
considering it's all
Timberstrom.
made out of wood.
Yeah.
We're just like moving forward, just like never go back to Timberstrom again.
Yeah, we're taking the very, very long way back to Sandyport.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
Or to Griffin Rise.
nice one. I better go and have some dinner though. But yeah, that was great though. So
No, yeah, a lot of fun, guys. Okay, well, I will speak sometime next week. Zach, you have a lot of fun. Yeah, I think that's
That's a
everything.
bad session for me to miss.
Yeah, I mean, at least it wasn't today's
Very
session.
dark.
Otherwise, that would be very climactic because everyone would be like, "Who?"
Yeah, it could be like,
Yeah.
oh wait, the guy I'm looking for is not there, sorry.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, you take care, guys.
See you later, guys.